evening to you. We are joining you live from the race studios for the Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa 2021. It is indeed a very exciting evening for gathered here today. It does not matter if you are here at theatre, or it does not matter if you are watching from the comfort of your homes. We will be sure to give you a live coverage and all the updates happening here as if eyes and ears are here. So, today's Rajapaksa Trophy 2021 is also known as the National Trophy. To speak to you more about that, I also have in the studio with me Jana and also Rahul. Hello Rahul, hello Jana. Thoughts about today?
Hello Rahul, hello Uma. It's in Colombo, the lights come out in race course, and also it's just the light of Sri Lankan football going forward. Rahul, what do you think?
Absolutely, we've seen the beauty of football, in the beauty of the sport of football in this tournament so far, because it's been a very exciting tournament thus far. I think we can all agree, because there have been, Uma pointed out, but out of the four nations, the two that have come to the final are the bottom ranked two teams. So that goes to show in the game of football, ranking and strength on paper is not everything, because here we are.
Yes, as rightly told by Rahul, at the start of the tournament, if anyone said that Seychelles and Sri Lanka are definitely going to final, we would have thought, okay, yeah, that looks possible, but also there are other contenders who are quite strong as well.
Because Maldives, for example,
Exactly.
the strongest team from the four, strongly, because they were 156 ranked, whereas the next was Bangladesh in 186 and Sri Lanka 204. But in the very first game, all 4-0 up, we thought, okay, it's the paper game.
Yeah.
Sri Lanka in the last 30 minutes out of nowhere
That was a very exciting
caught
game.
all the Sri Lankan fans as well off guard, and 4 goals in less than 30 minutes. And since then, it's been for Maldives.
Rightly said.
But I believe that's the nature of all sports and games. The moment lies in the many surprises which are yet to come. So I believe today, we are hopeful for Sri Lanka's victory, but it can all be a surprise at the end of the day. So as you correctly pointed out, all these sports, all these games.
Hoping for a victory, but Seychelles by no means are going to make it an easy
Yeah, I
target.
think Rao was right, because the way Seychelles played in the first 50-60 minutes, people thought, okay, looks like an interesting team, but do they have the potential and the quality to go to the finals? People would have had double thoughts, but here we are. Rahul called it out in the beginning itself, and now...
Correct prediction, Jana.
Yes, rightly said. So again, we are here in the finals. Seychelles, a home team. Sri Lanka coming to the finals after a long time.
Actually being played on Sri Lankan soil is actually quite a privilege, given that the country has gone through some turbulent times. I mean, as a global village, we are all facing uncertain times with the global pandemic, dealing with COVID-19 and whatnot. However, we are quite proud, and we are pleased that Sri Lanka is able to host a tournament of this nature, of this magnitude, and of this stature, considering all that we as a country had to go through. And that is why it is especially quite an achievement for us as a country to be hosting this tournament. And to double our joy and excitement, Sri Lanka is here in the finals, all ready to play the final game.
Absolutely, rightly said, Uma, because it has been a great initiative by the Football Federation to arrange this tournament mid-pandemic, especially in a time where Australian players, everyone was really desiring to see football, to watch any football, and the Federation delivered it on the biggest level possible and brought exciting teams as well. And teams where we can see competitive football, and that's exactly what we've seen here with this Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa.
Yeah, I think that was a very good point, because we are talking about this at the start, because when teams of similar stature or similar tier, you know, when they face each other, there is more chance for every to the finals and have a hand on the cup. So it also builds what do you call, you know, the grassroots levels also, you know, they get very from the finalists and also the team winning it. So I think these type of tournaments should be in a very and lots of countries and also in good frequency.
And I also think it all contributes to the football culture being created, because when we countries of similar nature, teams of similar nature coming together, we see how we bring out the best in each other, the best of every team, and that is actually quite beautiful to see. That, I believe, create progress, isn't it?
Absolutely, and also because, as you rightly said, it's 4 very close teams, and even though Seychelles and Sri Lanka are the teams in the final, we cannot forget the 2 other participants who came to Sri Lanka for this tournament, Maldives and Bangladesh. Commiserations to them, but what a fantastic performance they put. They made it a very competitive tournament, and in the end it didn't work out for them, but they still gave their home fans back at home something to cheer about and something to look forward to in the future. But as you said, the Sri Lankan fans here at home, especially in the last game where Sri Lanka got their first home win in over 10 years. Since 2010, they won their first game in Sri Lankan soil in the last game. But what an atmosphere that was at Racecourse for that game. You could hear the fans on their feet cheering their team, the fans, the players. Everyone was in tears after that final whistle. It meant so much to everyone, and that's the atmosphere that the football spirit is coming back in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, interestingly, none of the teams were, you know, you can call them a weak team, because everyone put good performance, and almost all of the wins, all the draws come towards at the end. That has been one of the features of the tournament.
It's been a drama.
Yeah.
And healthy competition, I believe.
Yes, right.
So much of positive energy. Beauty, especially at a time all of us are going through different kind of problems and whatnot. I think it's really great that we have this kind of features here in Sri Lanka, and so much progress.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it's a united Sri Lanka, because everyone in Sri Lanka wants to see our national team, their national team succeed, and what we saw that day and what we hope and what we will see from today as well is one Sri Lanka.
Yes, right, you said. So talking about the finals, a very huge game. Lots of hurdles. You know, they've passed lots of hurdles. It's also Seychelles. So this should be a pressurizing game for both sides.
Absolutely, and let's not forget that Seychelles and Sri Lanka met in the first round. Seychelles came out on top in that game in a 1-0 victory, which we will, I think, analyze further as the pre-match show goes on.
Yeah.
Also, Jana, what do you think of the current atmosphere in Sri Lanka, given the unstable weather situation? And I mean, we have been having a past few showery days the past week, where we've had several matches. It hasn't been all sunshine, but despite the weather, despite the turbulence, the tournament has been going on pretty well, and all teams have also performed best of their ability. And I think hats off to the ground staff, who have done a fantastic job making sure that the ground is set and creating a perfect environment for the matches to go on.
A brilliant point, because it's been torrential rainfalls over the last few weeks or so in Sri Lanka, and that's never an easy task, muddied up, and it's not an easy place to play football. But as you rightly said, the ground staff had an absolutely brilliant job to make sure that the Racecourse International Stadium is in the optimal playing conditions, so that it could be an occasion that it deserves to be.
Especially in the last match day, once the first match finished, you know, it was heavy rain, but still the ground staff did a very commendable job to get back into shape, and also to give the bestest of the conditions to the other teams playing in the second match.
That is so. So, what are your predictions for today? Just how do you say it? Very briefly, if we look at our performance before, the performance of the Seychelles team, what is your prediction today, very shortly and briefly?
I think too early for predictions. Maybe towards the end of the show, we'll try to, you know, to shout out a
This
name
might
or
be
something.
the best time to predict though.
Yeah, but it's hard to predict, you know, given the tournament with teams with similar stature, and also we can't really point out one team saying this team is definitely going to be a winner, because all similarly, and it's really hard to predict. But again, Sri Lanka does have the home advantage. I mean, Seychelles were the first team to qualify, so it's almost 50-50 here.
And I think, in fact, that Sri Lanka and head coach Amir Alajic need to remember his first round game. Seychelles came with a mastermind tactics and a game plan. They had analyzed Sri Lanka's game against Maldives. They had eye endangerment, and they came with a game plan that took out Sri Lanka's attacking threats completely. In that case, it was Dylan De Silva and Wasim Razik, and that left Sri Lanka completely vulnerable. And in the end, they won the game. So Alajic and Sri Lanka need to make sure they have a game plan and that they have some tactics that could create.
Yeah, rightly said. We'll talk a lot more about that. Meanwhile, Uma.
Yes, there's been a lot of discussion going on this end about the two teams, their performance. However, what we know is kind of limited.
Yeah.
On one hand, yes, a game is predictable. And like you said, it's a 50-50 chance. Both teams stand a good chance, never really know. So just as much as we can only have an out perspective and make assumptions and predictions, I think we might want to get some information, take a look at what these teams have been up to. So let's head into feature where we look at what the teams have been doing, what our team is performing, what our team comprises of. So let's take a look into the two teams, that is the Sri Lankan team and first team. However, first let's take a look at our home team, the Sri Lankan team.
As we approach the final of Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa Trophy, let's have a look at the road to glory. The host Sri Lanka played their last match against Bangladesh in a virtual knockout, with the winner meant to qualify for the finals. At the end, Sri Lanka did qualify for the finals. Known as the Pearl of the Indian Ocean, Sri Lanka, a country with rich history and culture. Football was introduced to Sri Lanka, then called Ceylon by the Britishers. They have been a member of FIFA since 1952 and a member of AFC since 1954. The Sri Lankan team was known as the Ceylon national football team until 1972, when Ceylon was renamed Sri Lanka. Their highest achievement coming in 1995 when they were crowned champions of the SAF Championship. The new revamped Sri Lankan team started off with a flyer, with coming back into the game and drawing a match 4-4 after a 4-goal deficit until the 63rd minute against Maldives. The second game week was not very favourable to the host, Sri Lanka suffering losses against Seychelles. Their final and deciding game week, with the help of a penalty awarded in the dying moments of the game, Sri Lanka defeated Bangladesh to qualify for the finals. Their recent previous encounters with the other finalists Seychelles have been mixed, with a win and also 2 losses in their last 3 matches. But the home advantage, and also with the top scorer Wasim Razik on their side, Sri Lanka is definitely not anything but favourites.
Right, that was a beautiful documentary, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Almost felt like we were part of the team, because we got to see them up close and personal. So that was really nice, taking a look at the Sri Lankan football team. Gives us so much pride.
Yeah, rightly said. And also the documentary or the video, you know, it said about the Sri Lankan football history, how they came up, and also their last wins, and of course about this tournament, how they had so many hurdles from each match day. They had to put their best to just come to the finals, isn't it, Rahul?
Absolutely, it's as they say, history awaits potentially for the current Sri Lankan national team, because since this is their first ever major chance to win a trophy since 1995, when they won the SAF Championship under the captaincy of Sampath Pereira, and since then it's been a drought in the trophy cabinet really for the football Sri Lanka national team. But after so many years, finally the chance has returned with this Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa trophy, and once again in front of the home fans, so no real better opportunity.
That is very true. Like you correctly said, it has been a while. But this is also the best time and the best opportunity for our players, because Sri Lanka has been making tremendous progress. And I believe they are in very good shape. So now is actually a great time to be having such a tournament, and thanks to the Mahinda Rajapaksa Trophy 2021, we actually were able to see the skills of our Sri Lankan players, and I believe this tournament particularly got a lot of attention. The fact that Sri Lanka was the host, the fact that the Sri Lankan team got to the finals also created a certain momentum, and it got the attraction of many fans, because generally we know how Sri Lanka is more focused on one sport, and everybody is cricket enthusiast in Sri Lanka, but most of the other sports tend to lose focus, or people tend to not give as much as attention as these sports deserve. But with this particular tournament being held in Sri Lanka, and the exceptional performance by our Sri Lankan players, football is now gaining momentum in our country, and we are creating a football culture which we are all very pleased about.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point as well, Rahul. You know, after quite some time, there has been good quality footballers coming to the team. Golden generation. We've got the Dylans, we've got the Wasim Rasiks, we've got the Dax and Pus, also the ever-present Sujan Pera. So good sort of players just coming together. It's the time when you can win a trophy, because if you win a trophy right now, this will many to follow, especially the grassroots footballers and also the budding talents who's coming up. You know, it will give them lots of confidence, saying that even we can do the same. If they can do it, we can do it as well. So good quality players coming.
Yeah, I think Uma put it perfectly when she said that with the way the Sri Lankan team and the players have been playing currently, that they are getting these Sri Lankan players, the citizens of Sri Lanka, who are usually cricket crazed.
Yeah.
They are getting them to notice that, okay, there is a football international team in Sri Lanka. They are playing well, because it started all the way back before the Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa Trophy started, back in the FIFA World Cup qualifiers, when previously Sri Lanka had some pretty poor performances, but then suddenly against Lebanon, Wasim Rasiks with 2 goals on that occasion as well came and put Sri Lanka on the map a little bit with a good performance there. And then going into the SAF Championship, again we drew against India, one of the highest ranked teams in the SAF rankings. We drew and didn't let them score against us. And then coming into this tournament, we came from 4-0 down to 4-4 in less than 30 minutes, and that got not just Sri Lankans but fans around the world and media outlets around the world to notice, okay, there is this tournament happening, and there is the Sri Lankan national team has made this historic comeback. And since this is the perfect opportunity, as Uma and as you said, to put Sri Lanka on the roadmap in international football with a victory here.
Yeah, as people say, Rome wasn't built in a day. So
exactly.
Everything takes step. And as Rahul very right pointed out, you know, from the World Cup qualifiers, the SAF, you know, it's almost a step-by-step process. So Sri Lanka have to capitalize on these kind of tournaments and also take full advantage of this. And as Rahul said, good set of players coming along. It's all good process now in terms of football.
That is true. So we've been speaking quite a bit about the Sri Lankan team. It's our team, so we are very proud of it. We have a lot of hope, and we as Sri Lankans are hoping for the best. Let's also take a look at a team representing the Republic of Seychelles. That yet is also an island nation like us, coming from the African continent. So this team also has some exceptional players, very good performance in this tournament. So let's take a look at what this team has to offer, their history probably. Let's check it out.
As we approach the final of Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa Trophy, let's have a look at the road. First were the dark horses Seychelles. Nicknamed the Pirates, Seychelles is an island nation from Africa in the Indian Ocean. Football was introduced to the Seychelles in the 1930s. In 2011, Seychelles hosted the 2011 Indian Ocean Island Games and won the tournament for the first time, beating Mauritius in the final on penalties, their first major trophy. coming into this tournament with heavy defeats of 7-1 and 8-1 against Comoros and Burundi respectively. They have fared well in this tournament with qualifying to the finals. Their most capped player, Benoit Murray, still is the captain of the side. Their road to the finals consisted of a draw against Bangladesh in the first match day, a great win against Sri Lanka, the host, and also a very resilient draw against a very strong Maldives side. Now that they are in the finals, they try as hard as they can to win the Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa Trophy 2021.
Yes, what you saw was a short documentary of the Seychelles team. Lovely, isn't it? I mean, they too seem to be having a lot of fun, that little snippet of the victory dance. So we do not know which team will be doing the victory dance today. However, regardless of which team wins, I believe, like we discussed right along, and we believe this is a perfect opportunity for both teams to showcase their talents and also kind of get a stronger hold in the international football arena.
Yeah, and also,
that was a perfect point, because it's not being Sri Lankans, most of the Sri Lankan fans are heavily focused that this is a great for Sri Lanka to use this as a platform to get further in the but on the other side of the coin you have Seychelles, because they are currently one way for the AFC, CAF rankings, I should say, and they also have not really, their major victory only came in 2011 when they won the Indian Ocean Island Games, and that's the only trophy they've ever won in an international arena, and they will be very hungry to add this to their trophy cabinet and use this as a stepping stone to get their name into international football as well. So they are not going to just sit back and let Sri Lanka have their sweet victory moment at their home soil.
Yeah, definitely a side which you can't press away. And also, I think both teams, Sri Lanka and Seychelles, both punching above their weights. So Seychelles would definitely, have that momentum to go into the trophy as well. Same as Sri Lanka, because at the end they were the first team to qualify, and they look all their basics covered. As Rahul already spoke about, they know their game plan. They know what they need to do. They know their roles. It's all been divided, and you do this, and defenders do this. They got all the very nice cohesive team. So I think it's very hard. It's going to be very hard for Sri Lanka to break them down. But again, in a game of football, you never know. But Seychelles definitely not a side to brush off. So I think it's almost 50-50 here before the match.
Absolutely, because important statistic that is currently there, Seychelles, after playing 3 games, have only conceded so far.
Yeah.
Whereas Sri Lanka, they, many people may know, Sri Lanka have currently scored the most goals in this tournament with 6. Also, they've conceded the equal most goals with Maldives, also 6.
Yeah.
So Sri Lanka need to have improved on their defense quite a bit, because Seychelles, as we've already seen, are not defensively vulnerable that much, because only conceding 1 goal in 3 games means Sri Lankan attack, especially without Dylan De Silva and Kavin Vishwan currently, will have a lot of work ahead of them.
Yeah, also the last 3 games, I think, with Seychelles, Sri Lanka has won 1, but Seychelles have won 2, I guess, when you talk about history. So these are statistics, and again, these are yesterday's performance, which isn't right, or which isn't quite about a story of what's going to happen today, because every day is a new day. So let's see how it's going to go.
But on that note, let me interrupt you, Jana, because that is a very good point and a very good moment where we can take a look at all the goals that scored during this tournament. So let's take a look at the goals scored, those fantastic wins, those little victorious moments of Sri Lanka throughout the tournament.
Like I said, Sri Lanka scoring the most goals in this tournament with 6, and guess what, all 6 have come from one man himself, and that's the man who is making himself a Sri Lankan football legend for sure, Wasim Razik. 6 goals in 3 games so far.
Yes, and also the footage where you are seeing is against Maldives, where Sri Lanka just made a stunning comeback after about 63rd minute, 4-0, and this was the first game, this was the first goal, and almost this was the goal which turned the fortunes of Sri Lanka's match, not only the match, also the tournament.
Indeed, and not just turned Sri Lanka's fortunes, I think it was the nail in the coffin for Maldives in this tournament, because they didn't seem to recover from this comeback that Sri Lanka put against them. As you see, the first goal that was, and that's what, as you rightly said, set the path in this Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa trophy.
Yeah, I think after, you know, as we were commentating on that match as well, after the first 60 minutes, Maldives kind of downplayed Sri Lanka, and that was a very good pass by Dylan.
Absolutely, and we can't forget Dylan De Silva's role
Yeah.
in this comeback and in this game, because he was a contender for man of the match. 3 assists and 3 brilliant passes to find Wasim Razik, because if not for Dylan De Silva, some of those goals wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, especially, and the goal you're seeing is that was a stupendous pass from Dylan De Silva. You can see through so many people. There you go, almost 3-4 players.
Absolutely, 19-year-old playing for QPR, but what a talent he is, and a bright future for football in Sri Lanka. Cut through 3 defenders.
Yeah.
As this is a goal from the last match, and that was the first goal for Sri Lanka. Wasim Razik again, as I said, scoring all 6 goals for Sri Lanka so far.
Coming early on in the match as well, and the keeper went to the other side. Almost it looked like a slow motion, but still, even though slipping, Wasim had the composure to keep the ball onto the net.
Absolutely, and as I pointed out during that game, he had to make sure he's in the right place at the right time, and that was the moment where Sri Lanka sealed the victory and sealed their place in the grand finale of the Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa trophy.
90th minute, Rahul. So
Though-
these are, you know, these are unimaginable sometimes.
Absolutely, Bangladesh fans will be very upset, but you have to remember, in a pressure game, in a pressure situation like that, it's never easy on a player, but Wasim Razik held his nerve, and in the 90th minute, with the whole country on his back, got it in.
Yeah, I think that was incredible scenes there, and also another important goal, because the same match, Burman from Bangladesh, he missed a penalty. So Razim had to make sure he put past the ball. He put the ball past the keeper.
Bangladesh fans and players will be, the question will always remain, if Bauman had converted that penalty, what would the game have changed? Would the result be different? Would Bangladesh be here with Seychelles instead of Sri Lanka?
Yeah.
But Sujan Pereira stood tall, stood his ground, played
Made
some
all
mind
the
games,
saves he
and
can.
Bauman just couldn't compete with that.
Yeah, rightly said.
Now that documentary was also very reflective of the games held so far, and what I liked about watching this particular film was the fact that all this time we were focusing on the teams. We were talking about the nations and which team would do better. But this video also was a great opportunity for us to see the particular talents of individuals. At the end of the day, it is so many people who get together and display their skills and do their best to take them forward. So the discussion we had while watching the shots of the games played so far, and the performance of each player really did show their talents. We saw the positioning, the tactics used, the styles, and the manner in which they played really showed us their contribution, the contribution of each player towards the team, and how that together takes the team forward. So that was quite a brilliant video, and we are proud to see our members going forward. That being said, I also believe Seychelles too has their fair share of victories. They have their moments where they cherish, and I'm pretty sure their players too have certain skills, and we are now ready to watch the members of the team of Seychelles perform, or what they performed right all along.
As you look at this, I think it's interesting to point out that Seychelles, as you rightly said, are top of the table. But since you called me the stat man, and I feel it's my obligation to provide stats. As I said, Sri Lanka have scored the most goals.
Yeah.
Guess who has scored the least goals in this tournament?
Seychelles.
Seychelles. But what shows that Seychelles have scored 2, which is the least scored by a team. But the fact that they are top of the table shows how good their defense is. Because scoring 2 goals, they were able to secure 1 win and 2 draws. And against teams like Maldives and Bangladesh, no less.
Yeah, rightly said. As a team with so many players who have very good height, and I think they have used their height to a good advantage. And also against Sri Lanka, the goal coming off a header from Meli, I guess, So these are things where Sri Lanka can note and also they can try to negate. And the other thing, Umar tried to point out is how Sri Lankan players individually performed. That's a very good point because most of the goals, maybe about 3/4 of Sri Lanka's goals, have been individual brilliance. Where, some goals there are team goals where making 5-6 passes and suddenly someone gets into the box. But most of the goals Sri Lanka have scored have been individual brilliance. So I think Sri Lanka have to make sure they get more team goals in the finals as well.
When you say individual brilliance, you mean like, because for example in the first game it was purely Wasim and Dylan.
Yeah.
So it's
The other players have to step up as well.
Absolutely, but as you rightly said, Umar, the Indian team, it's a good point to talk about because two of the key players, Dylan De Silva and Kavin Vishan, with his vast experience, and Dylan De Silva being 19 years of age, he has shown tremendous skill in the Maldives game. Lanka will be missing both of them due to injury in the last game, and that huge blow for Sri Lanka, and they need to find some alternatives that can create those attacking opportunities for Sri Lanka. And also at the back, who we dubbed as the best defender in this tournament for Sri Lanka, Daxan Puslas, suspended in this game. He's a hero if you're a Sri Lankan fan. He's not a hero if you're a Bangladesh fan, but if you're a Seychelles fan, I think they'll be very relieved to hear that these three players will not be taking part in the grand finale today.
I think Daxan got a shot for the team at the end. I think losing the battle and winning the war, maybe that might be his strategy at the end.
Winning the war would imply that Sri Lanka win today, but there's still time for that. But do you think Seychelles can afford to think that, okay, these three players are not there, so we can take it a little easy? Do you think that mentality might slip in?
It's very performative when it comes to football, and also obviously Seychelles, everyone would have known about the Sri Lankan absentees. So they would love to capitalize on it. Again, the players who come in should have the same mentality, that winning mentality, to go score goals, to defend that as long as they can, as hard as they can. So players who comes in is what matters here exactly.
Yes, speaking of players and individuals and their performance, I think it's also important that we focus on the leaders of these teams, the captains, because as we all know, there is only so much one can do, but correct leadership, correct direction is also important. So I think we need to give due credit to the captains, the skippers of these teams. So first, let's take a look at Sujan Pereira's performance throughout this tournament.
I think, as I called him in the last game, the wall of Sri Lanka, he has been absolutely stupendous for the Golden Army over the last decade or so since he made his international debut, because in every game he makes some sort of brilliant save that gives Sri Lanka a fighting chance at the other end, Jana.
Yes, Rahul. Exactly, in a sport like football, we talk about attackers, we talk about how defenders do well, but very unnoticed the goalkeepers are, and they are the precious. If you have a good goalkeeper in your team,
world-class save.
Exactly.
You see there.
Look at that save, almost a double save there. So if you have a very good goalkeeper in your team, you have almost done 50% of their defense. Take the huge football clubs, for example, take the Manchester Cities, take the Liverpools, who have very good keepers who can also play as a sweeper. So we've seen instances where Sujan played as a sweeper keeper as well.
Sujan is not afraid to come out of the box.
Exactly. So these are points where you see for a good keeper, and his positioning has been absolutely well. You can see he had no one to defend, so he went forward and just attacking the ball, attacking mindset very aggressively. He can play very aggressively when it comes to positioning. So Sujan is almost 100 out of 100 for me in this tournament. And even in the last match, he got so many knocks, still coming back and again and again. Sujan, a man to look forward today.
And Sujan is not afraid to get into those dangerous situations, but as you rightly said, there was some injury scares with him as well. But fortunately, I think Sri Lanka will be able to rely on him being in goal today, and he will play a massive role if Sri Lanka are going to go on and win the Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa trophy, as he has for the last so many years.
Yeah, and also turning goals away in the last few matches, almost few. As we were commentating, we saw, okay, that was a goal, and suddenly Sujan, springs across and saves it. These are world-class saves.
And
so,
as a captain as well, he's never quiet at the back. He's always making his voice heard. He's always commanding his players. So that's what you need from your captain.
Right, yes. So these are very good points from Sri Lanka's point of view.
That is true. So that was actually brilliant to see how this team is led by Sujan Pereira so admirably. Also, that being said, the Seychelles team too have had their fair share of victories, and like you correctly said, Seychelles had a trophy was in 2011 in the an international trophy. So today's trophy could be theirs. And if it is so, the name of the captain would go down in history. So we need to also take a look at the skipper of Seychelles. Let's take a look at the performance of Michael throughout this tournament.
As I was telling you, Jana, Seychelles only conceded 1 goal so far, and that is the reason they are top of the table, because despite goals being the main thing in football, defense is one of the biggest things. If you have a strong defense, it stops opposition teams being able to score, and that gets you points.
Yeah, and also the Seychelles defense has been excellent. You know, they are very good in stature. They are all high players, and also using their height to advantage. Very physical. You know, once you go with one-on-one with those defenders, there is high chance you come second with them, because they are tackling, and also I think very good tackling. We saw in the last, I think last couple of matches, the tackles have been so good. Even though they were getting carded, you know, they weren't backing out. They were into tackling, and they did it cleanly in many instances. So very hard defense to break.
It's not just their goalkeeper, it's plenty of players. Their captain Steve Marie Benoit, as well as key players like Mota and Mele, who scored against Sri Lanka in the last game, so he will be a key player in this fixture as well. So a lot of threats for Sri Lanka to try and take care of.
Yeah, and also I think as you told, Moti and Matteo, their keeper, Mikel, and also Murray, all good players for them, and especially Meli, the defender, the very tall defender, just very ever present, and also good at positioning, and he's looking after the line as well very well. So these are talking points from Seychelles. Seychelles.
Dark horses.
Yes, that's Rahul pointed out. So for a team like Sri Lanka to break down a defense of Seychelles, they have got their bases covered. They know what to do. They know their drills, and even we know what they are going to do. They'll sit back, and they are not who tend to attack more. So they sit back, and suddenly when they go on count.
But one thing that I've noticed from their games, they have been extremely disciplined. They don't reckless challenges. They waste time very little as well. But when it comes to a final, it may be a whole different ball game. But we'll see about that, I guess.
Yeah. So what kind of tactics may Sri Lanka use?
So that's a good question, because as you rightly said, Seychelles have a massive height advantage, physicality, and when it comes to set pieces, the tallest player Sri Lanka possesses is Chamot Dilshan, who has, fortunately for Sri Lankan fans, improved in set pieces, I've noticed, because he has started to get to the ball first, and he has started to win headers, whereas previously it was not the case. So if he can come and affect crosses and free kicks that disrupt the height advantage for Seychelles, that would be a major advantage in the defense for Sri Lanka. But also they need to really improve on their finishing, because and their defending more, because they do not have ducks and pushlers, and also they are currently the team which has conceded the most along with Maldives, but they've also scored the most, so they need to capitalize on that and keep that momentum going.
Yeah, there is a saying, if you can't break down the defense, try to cross in, put the balls in. If make sure your crossing is perfect, you just keep on crossing. 1 or 2 of the balls will land in one of your forwards' feet. I think Sri Lanka have to definitely improve on their crossing, and they can use their wingers well, because Seychelles as a team,
they seem to be using wing back, but they also cannot put in crosses for the sake of putting crosses like they've done and throwing away possession. They need to hold on to possession, because if they keep throwing away possession to Seychelles like they did in the previous game, it's going to lead to a Seychelles goal as it did earlier as well.
Yeah, so Seychelles as a team also, you know, they are very compact on defense. In the past few matches, we haven't seen them really spreading out in terms of defense. You know, their fullbacks aren't really using their width very well, so they are trying to get compact as possible. So Sri Lanka's wingers may have a game in this hand.
Thank you for answering the question yourself. I was going to ask Jana what the pluses and the minuses of these two teams are, and what the pros and the cons are, and what your analysis is on the two teams. So thank you for answering that on your own. Right, but that being said, I realize there are so many positive attributes to these teams as well as the team players. And it is said victory does not happen overnight, right? Rome, like you correctly said,
Yes.
Rome wasn't built in a day. So every step in the right direction is progress. So this tournament, these matches, today, the final, is the collective effort of all these teams doing little things to make their way towards the win. So I think now would be a great time. It would be very appropriate for us to look back and think and remember, oh, these were the moments that actually brought them here or brought us here. So I think we have a documentary ready showcasing the best moments, the memories that we will always carry with us. We might win, we might lose tonight, but certain moments, certain achievements, they are remarkable and they stay remarkable because that is what creates progress. So we now have a short video of all the memorable times, the good moments, the moments we want to cling on to and cherish, and also take a look at and improve in the future. So here's to the good things. Enjoy watching the memories and the beautiful moments. The Sri Lankan team, actually the Seychelles team, and the Sri Lankan team have gone through during the tournament.
So, Jana, if the two teams that made it to the final, if we look at their road to the grand finale, Seychelles, if we just run through their results, they started off with a draw against Bangladesh, and it was the first match there and another late drama there. Seychelles equalizing at the end as we look at the replay of the game that they played against Sri Lanka.
I think one thing, very important feature of this game was Sri Lanka had many chances, but then again they missed a few of those. I think if they can convert these sort of chances, they can actually come out as a winner. But again, Seychelles also there you see defending very, very compactly, and you can see the fullbacks not really spreading themselves out, and Sri Lanka and the Seychelles players wrestling it out.
As you said, in this game, what we saw was Sri Lanka having a lot of chances. I believe it was somewhere around 10 shots, but
Yeah.
none of them were on target.
Target.
That was how wasteful they were, because they got into the right areas into the final third and then just threw the chance away. But
Yeah.
Seychelles did not waste the chance they got. They also had many missed opportunities, but the best chance they got, and their standing captain headed it right in, after running past 3 or 4 defenders in the box.
Yeah, and also as Rahul rightly pointed out, shots on target is the vital stat if you look at the underlying stat, because goals of course counts. Goals are the important factors, but if you want to talk about the underlying stats, I think it's about the shots on target. If Sri Lanka, you know, they didn't register even a single shot on target when it comes to the match against Seychelles on the second match day, I guess. So we hope, our Sri Lankan fans hope, they don't put up a performance as such, and they want to take a lots of shots. And also talking about individual players, there you see Dylan and also Marvin Hamilton has been a very good ball progressor, so they should use him a lot.
Dylan De Silva, Sri Lanka will severely miss him. He is the current leading assist maker with 3 assists so far in the tournament, but he won't be able to add to that because he's out injured, unfortunately. Leading goal scorers currently, it's just one man in that list. It's Wasim Razik for Sri Lanka, 6 goals. All 6 of Sri Lanka goals coming from Wasim Razik, and the next best in the competition for that leading goal scorer is all with 1 goal. But,
Yeah.
And as I said, running through their past results, it's 1-1 against Bangladesh, which was a good result for them. They snatched the draw at the end. and then pulled off the strong win against Sri Lanka. Despite the scoreline being 1-0, it was pretty emphatic, I'd say. And of course, the draw against Maldives, which was another strong result for a team like Seychelles. And then Sri Lanka's road to the final, it's been that historic comeback against Maldives 4-4, and unfortunate loss against Seychelles 0-1, and the once again historic win 2-1 against Bangladesh just a few days ago.
Yeah, that was the last goal where we saw Basim Rasik just putting the ball past the Maldivian defense and the goalkeeper. So talking about individuals again, I think Kavindu Ishan has been a turbulent tournament, but in the first match it was a mixed reaction, but again he came back into the tournament very well. I think he has had a good tournament up to now.
Absolutely, he had a pretty good game when he came on for Seychelles, even though it didn't lead to anything. And then the third game against Bangladesh, he started off very well and he looked very threatening. He got into the right areas and was causing a lot of problems for the Bangladeshi defenders. And then unfortunately, as it happens in the game of football, injury came calling and he had to be substituted. And then it just got bad to us for Sri Lanka.
These are big losses for Sri Lanka as well.
Absolutely.
But again, there are replacements in Sri Lanka. Because someone like Akib can come in, someone who's very pacey, wiry, who can cross the ball, who can dribble. So Sri Lanka do have lots of players in the arsenal, but it's about how they use it.
Absolutely, and one of the main things that will be missing from his absence on field will be the experience he brings. Because along with Sujan, he is the second most experienced campaigner for the Golden Army, but they have Mohammad Fazal on the bench as well, who is very experienced and a very skilled player.
Yes. And also talking about fans, we can already hear lots of noise, lots of happening around the stadium. Even from the studio we can hear how important is the fans, you know, the factor of fans, almost we say as a 12th man, how important is that factor?
I have continuously said that in football, fans are the 12th men, especially in your home country. And for Sri Lankan fans, this is the time where the team will be needing them. The fans will need to continuously make their voices heard, because in football, unlike in cricket, where cricket you cheer when something happens, then go silent. In football, that's not how it happens. You need to keep cheering, you need to keep being with the fans to make the opposition players nervous by hearing the noise of the crowd. I think that's what kind of happened against Bangladesh. And the Sri Lankan fans need to keep that up, and they need to keep riding that momentum, because if they can successfully be the 12th man, it's going to make Sri Lanka's job that much easier.
Yeah, obviously when you play, you know, when you're man down or even when you're on a back foot, suddenly you hear this noise of the fans and suddenly the adrenaline clicks in. So this is one of the things I think fans
we already hear the sound building, the noise rising. So like you said, the 12th man is, but that being said, like while we watched the videos, what we realized was as much as we focused the performance of Sri Lanka and Seychelles, we also saw the performance of the other countries, the players, the fantastic job that they did. And like we spoke about before, I think one of the best things about this Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa Trophy 2021 is this is a perfect platform for countries where football is not the main sport, or where football isn't given like you said, unlike cricket, football isn't given the highest place in these countries. So this trophy actually provides a perfect platform for these other countries, our visiting countries as well, to showcase their talents. And I think as much as the Sri Lankan team did a good job, with the contribution of our fans, like you correctly said, the 12th man makes a huge impact. They make a contribution. So our Sri Lankan team was supported right throughout with the cheer, with the support of the Sri Lankan fans. However, we must also appreciate the fact that the Seychelles team did it without that background noise, without the cheer. They had to do it on their own, and they did it quite well. So now I believe it's time to take a look at the moments the Seychelles team could cherish, some of their best moments which they can always take home, look back, reminisce and be proud of. And also I believe these moments will also be defining moments for them, because they are playing in outside soil. So with all the external factors, they performed very well, and that is why it'll be really nice to see how that team performed on our soil.
See Seychelles team. You know, Seychelles are a very good example of a low block team. They defend very low. They know when to attack. They know when to go on a counter. they've got their roles all, you know, rightly panned out, and also they have been informed very well. I think a team definitely hard to beat.
Absolutely, and their coach and their coaches have done brilliant jobs, I'd say, when it comes to tactics and game plans, because it's not just the Sri Lankan game, even though that's the one I keep mentioning, because it's clear they did their homework for that, but also when it came to the game against Maldives, they had done their research for that, because their attackers who had plenty of goal scoring chances against both Sri Lanka and Bangladesh had no chance against Seychelles. That's why the scoreline remained 0-0, because of their brilliant tactical prowess in defending.
Yeah, and I think they know how to approach each game. So you know, their approach to the Maldives game were very different to how they approached the Sri Lankan game. I think it looks like a very well-oiled machine. And Seychelles, definitely, as you told, you know, the Bangladesh match was absolute example of it.
Absolutely, and you can bet everything you want that they definitely have watched the Bangladesh-Sri Lanka game and done their analysis and research on that as well.
So, okay, now the other question is, already Sri Lanka have faced Seychelles. Seychelles have beaten Sri Lanka. So how is this tactics or this mind games going to play in the final? Because Sri Lanka now knows how Seychelles are going to approach them. At the same time, Seychelles now know, you know, this is how Sri Lanka, this is what they are going to do. We've already defeated them, and this, you know the drills, and this is what we are going to do. So how important is it?
Absolutely. So one thing I'd say is that in coming into this game, you have to say that Sri Lanka, despite being the home team, are coming in as underdogs, because Seychelles beat them in the first round. And despite being the home team with the home crowd behind them, they have to be considered the underdogs because of that result.
Yeah.
But as we've seen in this tournament, being underdogs doesn't mean anything, or being the favorites don't mean anything, should I say, because the favorites are not in the final.
Exactly. And the teams, low-ranked team, the lowest two ranked teams have made it to the finals. And as Rahul told, I think, yeah, so mind games do come into play. And also, maybe it's another question where, you know, pressure is something that's almost everywhere. But when it comes to the final, especially both teams after a long time, Sri Lanka about 25 years, I think Seychelles about 10 odd years, you know, coming into these finals to play and to a real chance of getting their hands on the trophy, how important it is to negate the factor of pressure. So is it possible?
So Sri Lanka, none of these players have been in this type of situation before, really. They've played in big matches, in FIFA World Cup qualifiers and all that. Never played in a game where they've had the chance to win a trophy, at least not recently.
Yeah.
Maybe Sujan Pereira and Kavindusha, maybe in their youth careers, but not at the international level. And now the chance to win a trophy in front of the home crowd, and that's what every footballer dreams of, winning something for your country, and not just for your country, but in front of your home crowd. And they have the chance now, and also they have, with this victory, could see a huge boost in football in terms of fandom in Sri Lanka.
Yes, as we have already been talking about from the beginning of the game, a good set of players coming together, and also some very good revamp in terms of the football Sri Lanka, and also how the players have played. So these are very good times for Sri Lanka.
Yeah,
so
and
let's
we
see.
must also understand that these things do not happen overnight.
Yeah.
And as much as we players on the field, and we see one team winning, another team going up, there's a trophy, there's a beautiful stadium. Today we are already hearing crowds coming in. However, we must also take a look at all the organization, the preparation that goes behind such a tournament. Now, this tournament has been going on for about 10 days because we started on the 9th of November, and today being the 19th of November, we have been hosting these foreign teams for 10 days. And I actually would like to take this opportunity on behalf of everybody in my country to thank the organizers of this game for creating this opportunity for such a performance. We are grateful to the Football Federation of Sri Lanka, especially the office bearers, the support staff, the ground staff, everybody who comes together to make this event a success, because it's not just a game that is happening, but there is so much of work that comes into a game. There is logistics, there is traveling, there is the element of media, then there is also the element of the sporting field and everything related to sports and games, and making sure the players are comfortable. So a big thank you to the patronizer of this trophy for making it possible, and I definitely can say this is not in vain, because on one hand, like you correctly said, we looked at the progress of so many teams. We saw individual progress, we saw how the teams progressed, we saw how the game in itself developed. So that has been a perfect opportunity for all the teams to showcase their talents, to learn from their mistakes, to make mistakes, to go forward. And on the other hand, this has also contributed to creating a culture of football in Sri Lanka. I think we have been having a very broad fan base for football. Generally, we only see that kind of enthusiasm for cricket, but we see the football fans in the country almost equating that kind of fandom. And there are people not just from Colombo, but from the north, the south, east and the west getting together, coming together to cheer our country on. So this actually is a perfect opportunity to unify our country as well. And further to all these aspects, it also gives to us international exposure. So that being said, we are here today at the grand finale. Today is the grand finale and we are really excited to see what is in store. So we wish the Sri Lankan team and the team of Seychelles all the very best. We are sure that tonight is going to be fantastic, and I would like to ask all of you to keep tuned. The games will kick off at 7:30, so be with us and enjoy the game tonight. us at the Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa Trophy 2021. We have a special guest with us, and that is Mr. Azam Amir, the Vice President of the United Club, also the Deputy Chairman of the Commercial Futsal, Beach Soccer, and Ms. Amana Bank joining us today. So we have a few questions. First of all, I would like to welcome you and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure in the studio with us. So 10 days of hard hosting teams of 4 countries, 6 matches being played, and now we have come down to 1 trophy to be won. How would you define this experience, or what are your thoughts on today? How has it been? How will it be?
Actually, 10 days of hard work of an entire team headed by able leader Jazwa Umar and the Football Federation team tirelessly worked for this tournament for almost 1 month, and they have brought results. They have displayed their capacities and capabilities during this 10 day, and they have presented a super first class tournament in Sri Lanka, which is going to make history. At the same time, we are here enjoying the football. Sri Lankan national team has been selected to the final. It's an exciting moment for all the football fans in Sri Lanka.
Definitely. We can already hear excitement, we can already feel the excitement, and we can't just wait what the evening holds in store for us. So that being said, now you said this has been a significant tournament, actually one of a kind, and like never before we see a surge of football fans within the country. So this has already brought results to our country. But what exactly were the outcomes of this tournament? What were your expected outcomes? And now that we have had a successful tournament, what are we to expect?
That's a good question. You know, we have created an opportunity. Football Sri Lanka football has created a huge opportunity for the entire football players all over the country. Because if you want to develop yourself, if you want to develop football, you have to create the curiosity from the grassroots level. To create the curiosity, you have to create an opportunity. So there we are. We have created an international exposure opportunity for Sri Lankan players, which has brought huge results at the moment. So we have done that, and it's the part of the players all over from Sri Lanka to grab the opportunity.
That is true. Actually, this has been the perfect platform for so many people to display their talents, and it has been quite an opportunity. Now that we have grabbed this opportunity, and now that we have made use of this opportunity, what are the future plans? Right. So we were, as we were talking about the future plans, this is also
the traditional Sri Lankan dancers and the traditional Sri Lankan drummers escorting President FIFA, Gian Infantino, and also the delegation from FIFA and SAF, that's the South Asian Football Federation. The colorful traditional Sri Lankan drummers and dancers. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together one more time. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the president of FIFA, Mr. Gian Infantino. Well, this is the highest honor that Sri Lanka can achieve, because we have the president himself of the highest governing body of Association Football, FIFA, and we're really honored by the presence of Mr. Gian Infantino, and also the delegation from FIFA, and also SAF as well, the South Asian Football Federation. What a great moment. What a great moment. And we're getting ready for a grand finale. Is everyone ready for the grand finale? Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Can we hear some more cheer? Everybody. After all, this is the finale, the final. Where the cheer? We need energy from the audience, from the spectators. All eyes falling on the Prime Minister, Mahinda Rajapaksa Trophy 2021. Who's going to win it? We have the competing teams, Team Sri Lanka and Team Seychelles. Can we have a big round of applause for Seychelles and Sri Lanka? Come on everybody, put your hands together louder. Well, we're just a couple of moments away from the grand match, the grand finale. I'm sure everyone was looking with a lot of expectation. And as we settle down, we need to place on record that we had a super opening game. If you were here, if you were present, that was on the 9th. Well, rain had bad effects on the 8th, so we had to postpone the opening ceremony and also the first match to the 9th. And it was a fantastic match. The first match, if you recall, was between Sri Lanka and the Maldives, and it was from the start, it was absolute entertainment in football, and definitely this entertainment has continued. It has definitely continued, and today we have a mammoth audience, we have a mammoth spectator crowd for the Four Nation International Football Tournament for the prestigious Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa Trophy 2021. So it's been excitement right from the go. And adding to all this excitement, can we call this definitely the icing on the cake? Because we have great footballing nations, 4 footballing nations, and lots of footballing action. And for the finale, this is a dream come true for any footballing nation, because we have the FIFA president himself physically present together with the delegates from FIFA and SAF as well. So it's an absolute honor. It's an absolute honor to see this kind of high-profile delegates gracing an occasion. And this is not a surprise. This is not a surprise because this comes with the president's commitment. The FIFA president.
Welcome back to the live coverage, to the studios here in the race. And of course, as we were just discussing, we've just got the FIFA president into the race course.
Absolutely. President of FIFA, Gianni Infantino, making his presence known at the Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa grand finale, and what a special guest to have in a final.
Exactly, and also it just elevates the tournament. Already it's been spoken so highly of, and you know, with the involvement of these high officials, it just goes on to another level, isn't it?
He's a man who makes his known every time in the Champions League final, World Cup final,
yes,
Euro final, and now he's here at the Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa Trophy final.
Exactly, to say, you know, to this tournament on paper with the other tournaments as well, it's actually it gives so much of pride, and also it's a big honor for Sri Lankans as well, for such high official making his way to this tournament and also making himself present in this tournament.
And a big fan for Sri Lanka and Seychelles both to perform for.
Yeah, and it gives, it even adds pressure and also huge expectations in terms of fans, isn't it?
Absolutely, but it doesn't change the task for both teams. Seychelles, Sri Lanka, both need to win in the end, and that's what matters really, no matter who is watching.
Yeah. Okay, Rahul, now let's talk about a bit of tactics here. And how do you think Sri Lanka might start this game in terms of how they start, or in terms of the gameplay? How do you think Sri Lanka is going to approach this game?
So that's a good question, Jana, because as we discussed earlier, Seychelles, the East, conceded goals. Sri Lanka with the most scored goals. It's a very, very dynamic going into a match. But Sri Lanka also, on the other hand, most conceded goals as well. So Seychelles, and interestingly, Seychelles also the least scored goals. So it's opposite dynamics when it comes to each thing. So it's going to be very interesting. But going by the last encounter between these two teams, Seychelles coming out on top 1-0. If it's going to be the same tactics used by both teams, it's going to be the same result in the end. But Seychelles on this occasion do not have Dylan De Silva to man mark. So it will be interesting to see what they do with the replacement, what tactics that head coach of Seychelles goes for, because it's a make or break game for both. It's a huge opportunity for both teams after so many years to bring their country's name forward in terms of football.
Yeah, as Rahul rightly pointed out, teams of two opposite poles. One team, the highest scorers, the highest conceders. On the other hand, we have Seychelles, who are the least scorers and also the least conceders. So when teams of two opposing poles, meet, you have to work out your tactics right. And also when talking about the past matches, I think sometimes we have to talk about the injuries as well. Do you think, Rahul, the injuries might be a blessing in disguise? Because sometimes you never know what the new players are going to do, and you can't have a certain player to man mark, and you really plan for something, what's going to be there. So can it be disguise?
I'd say blessing in disguise is a word that's a little too harsh to use, but one thing that it could do is it could, because as I said, in the last game, Seychelles heavily marked Dylan De Silva. They can't do that this time because of the injury, and he's not there. So it will be interesting with the new players who come, Dylan, what they can bring into the game, what tactics they could bring, because maybe can't do the same defensive tactic on him. Maybe if it's Akif, for example, maybe it's a little too fast. But when it comes down to Dylan De Silva, he will be heavily missed no matter what happens, because a player of his skill, despite the 18, as we saw against Maldives, was absolutely brilliant. And Sri Lanka would have loved to have him in the grand finale, but they do not have him. They will have to cope without him.
Yes, and also we'll present you the team sheets in a few minutes. And of course, it's going to be interesting, because when it comes to team sheets, this is going to be how the opposite team is going to prepare their game. So this is how they are going to target and also prepare their tactics around. So this is going to be a huge call for both teams. So it will be interesting to see the team sheets, isn't it?
Absolutely, and I do talking about team sheets. I had the team sheets with me for Sri Lanka. Skipper, of course, Sujan Pereira, the wall of Sri Lanka. He has been absolutely brilliant for so many years, including the last games. And Sujan Pereira leads the line once again. Then Harsha Fernando, Chamuk Dilshan, who started off the bench in the last game, and he comes into the lineup this time with Ducks and Puzzlers being suspended with the red card. Chaitra Ratnayaka, Asikur Rahman, Mohammad Akib comes in. Chalna Chamira, Wasim Razik, the man with 6 goals in this tournament so far. Marvin Hamilton,
did a very good job when it comes to defending as well. So I think Sri Lanka looks balanced, isn't it? Yeah, it looks a very balanced team.
Absolutely, and like I said, both teams have a lot of pressure on their shoulders. After so long, Sri Lanka from last victory, championship win coming 1995 in the SAF Championship. Seychelles on the other hand, since 2011 they won the Indian Ocean Island Games, and now after 10 years for Seychelles, over 15 years for Sri Lanka, another final looms for both teams and a chance to bring glory to their nation.
Yes, and also a much deserved a final for both teams after going through lots of ups and downs, and especially not the best of the results when it comes to the last few years. So I think both teams really deserves it, and it's going to be very interesting to see how the gameplay is going to be panned out, and we are hoping for a very good game here.
Absolutely, and you can bet your socks off that there will be a jam-packed racecourse stadium. COVID regulations are loved, of course, but it's going to be a very loud. We can already hear the fans making their voice heard, and it's going to be a very exciting game indeed. Sri Lanka in their first final, the last final I believe was in 2008, of course not victorious, but now Sujan Pereira and the likes, a great chance to make history, but Seychelles standing there.
Yes, and of course it all depends on how the teams perform and how the teams are going to approach this game, especially with two teams of opposite poles, one with a very attacking and also a team that concedes a lot, a team like Sri Lanka, and also Seychelles on the other hand, a good example of a low block team who's always good on their defense but who takes the opportunities when it comes to their counter and also using the long balls very well. So that's another good question I think I should ask you, because Seychelles as a team has used their long balls, maybe not as good as Bangladesh, but still with their tall ups I think they can use the long ball. So how Sri Lanka is going to negate it?
Absolutely, because Seychelles are known for their passing, but very soon we have just moments away from kickoff, and we will be coming to you very soon.
Yeah, there you see the live scenes of the football arena, and see it's the aerial view that's been on your screen in a few minutes. Let's see who's going to win this match. It's going to be an important one. Best luck to both. Let's see who's going to come on top. Thank you. That's all from the studio for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Seychelles. And now, the national anthem of Sri Lanka.
In the long trip, Gianni Infantino, as well as other VIP special guests here, Honorable Minister Rajapaksa.
There you see the
As we see the lineups, Sri Lanka captain and goalkeeper Sujan Pereira, Harsha Fernando, Chamo Dilshan, Chaitra Ratnayaka, Asikur Rahman, Mohammad Aqib, Chalna Chamira, Wasim Razik, the man with 6 goals, Marvin Hamilton, Abdul Basit coming in to replace the suspended Daxon Puslas, and Ahmad Chazni, the 11 in this historic game for Sri Lankan football.
amidst the huge roar of Sri Lanka. Here comes Seychelles, Helton, Lionel Manny, and also Julio Dennis, John Paul Brown, Maxime Fanchante, and Steve Benoit Murray, their captain, Stefani Hugh Bote, the player who's looked very good, and also Trevor Rambert, Ben Hybe, Eric Melly, Ricky Nouris, Roddy Mikkel, their goalkeeper, Brendan Rashid and Hubert Jane, all making to the 11. 4-4-2 is what they've used to form here in terms of the gameplay. That's going to be their formation. So let's see how this match pans out. Here we go. The referee going out with the ball.
Referee Mohammad Al-Shamari, the man who refereed the Sri Lanka-Bangladesh, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, you're right. And also the fans turning up here in numbers. I think it's been quite some time for these fans to, seeing this number of fans coming into a stadium in terms of international football in Sri Lanka. In fact,
Just looking at the spectators, it's a packed this thing, as we see the head coach Neville Vivian both just giving a final team talk, not a team talk, just a final gesture to his players. But as I was saying, Racecourse Stadium absolutely packed, fans flooding to see a potentially historic moment. Football Sri Lanka winning a trophy as the two teams going to the final huddle.
yes, few changes in Sri Lankan lineup, especially after the injury woes. Sri Lanka will be looking forward to put up all they can to come on top of this game, especially with the home advantage and also the fans backing. But Seychelles, the team who qualified first for the finals, aren't a team to brush off.
Absolutely, but the face of the head coach Neville Vivian there, you could see how much this occasion means to him. You could see the smile on his face that he was trying not to show, but his team being in a final in front of such an enthusiastic crowd, as you hear the cheer, it's a big moment for both teams indeed, Jana.
Yes, and there you see the aerial view of the Racecourse Stadium. It's a night game here in Colombo, and as we already said, as the night falls, the lights come out, and it's the final of Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa Trophy 2021. And here we go for the kickoff.
Sri Lanka in their white kits, Seychelles in their red, and Sri Lanka kick us off. And the grand finale of the Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa Trophy is underway at the Racecourse International Stadium. Chance, as we keep saying, for both teams to make history, and it's Seychelles initially a cross into the box early on, and in the very first minute a corner to Seychelles, Jana.
Yeah, considering a corner early on in the game. Chamod Dilshan it is, but I think the ball just ricocheted off him. But now Seychelles, our team, very, very dangerous with the corner, especially with our height advantage. So let's see how this corner pans out.
I think what Seychelles will be trying to do is score a goal as early as possible to try and break the spirits of the massive fans that have come.
Yeah, and they do know how to defend, so it's going to be hard. Seychelles looking very dangerous. Almost a goal there for Seychelles.
Once again, another corner kick. It was the captain, Benoit. And once again, a very poor defending by the Sri Lankans, as we saw. Once again, the corner was allowed to easily just come in, and no pressure on the Seychelles players in the box. And in their own sweet time, took a shot away. But fortunately for Sri Lanka, out for a corner thanks to a deflection by the defender. But corner number 2 in the first 2 minutes already.
This time the corner not quite there. But ball still dangerously into the box of Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka should clear it out. Ball still with Seychelles here.
Still poor defending, and now Mota. And this time a goal kick instead of a corner, but Seychelles starting off on the front foot.
And also the fans relieved with the goal kick sign from the linesman. A huge cheer coming, and now Sujan with the ball.
Indeed, as we discussed, it looks like it's definitely a 5 in the back 3 when they're attacking with the 2 wing backs on either side. And it looks like it's Samo Dilshan, Asiku Rahman and Chaitra Ratnayaka in the back 3 as once again a poor pass by Samo Dilshan easily intercepted and possession wasted.
Yeah, and also you can notice that Bothe today playing central role here. He's high up the field, playing as a forward, but we've seen times where he played as a winger or on the wing, but this time he's been playing as a forward, and ball now snatched by Seychelles. Seychelles looking to go on an attack, but ball very much into the area of Seychelles.
And another attacker for Sri Lanka down and not getting up. Mohammad Akib down in some discomfort.
Especially the Sri Lankan fans would not love that.
But fortunately, quickly back up without the need of medics, and looks okay to continue. Last thing Sri Lanka need is more injury problems.
Yes, would be disastrous, but let's not talk about it. And there you see the long balls of Seychelles again.
Good defensive header and a foul given away quite recklessly by the number 5 player of Seychelles.
Fanchete just going from the back. Yes, that's not Fanchete, number 5 of Seychelles. The Sri Lankan fans now just raising their voice, making their voices heard, their chants heard. They sense it as a good opportunity here. Marvin Hamilton on the ball, goes for the kick, but oh, there's a goal!
Oh, that's the goal! Sri Lanka out of nowhere, Marvin Hamilton, and the Racecourse Stadium is off their feet, and you can see what it means to Marvin Hamilton. What a goal, Chana!
Yes, Hamilton is always a player who can score long goals here. I think even in the last tournament, he scored a very shot from a very long range against Bangladesh, I guess. And here you go, Marvin Hamilton. The ball just unmarked. Goalkeeper caught off guard. Goalkeeper should have done better. Marvin Hamilton getting a goal back for Sri Lanka.
Indeed, as we take a look at the replay in the 5th minute or the 4th minute, Sri Lanka in the finale of the Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa Trophy. Marvin Hamilton stepping up. No Dylan De Silva, no Kevin Wisha, no problem. It's Marvin Hamilton, and it's Sri Lanka 1, Seychelles 0 in the 5th minute. And the Seychelles, even though they started on the front foot, now find themselves on the back foot.
Came on here for Sri Lanka, and for the Sri Lankan fans, we've talked very highly of Marvin Hamilton, a player who can play as a versatile defender or even a midfielder, box-to-box midfielder. And here he is with the free kick, getting the first goal for Sri Lanka.
Absolutely a player. We know the rocket power he holds in his right foot, and we saw the perfect example there. I'm not sure if he took it either way. As you said, the goalkeeper, maybe he was left flat-footed by any deflection, but what a goal.
Again, Sri Lanka looking on the front foot here. They shouldn't take the gas off the pedal here.
It was Abdul Basit on that occasion, the wing back coming all the way front.
I think Sri Lankan fans would love to see the intent from the team, and also, as I told, would love Sri Lanka not to take the pedal off the gas.
In the game was picking the ball out at the back of the net, but plenty of time, as we've said, and now a throw-in.
Seychelles aren't a team to brush off. They'll definitely come back strongly, but again, I think there is another talking point here, Rahul, because Seychelles aren't a team who attack and get a goal back. I think they rely on their set pieces, and also they rely on the penalties. So for a team, to start and play from the back or even to progress the ball all the way forward, I think it's going to be a bit tough for them to come back to the game.
That's a brilliant point, Jana, because as you rightly said, the only time where they scored a bit that kept us down without a clean sheet, while against Maldives, it was 0-0. So this is almost like going back to the Bangladesh game. So we had to see if they can bring that fighting spirit, because as you rightly said, they are not a team that's going to stay down. But Sri Lanka, with their home fans behind them, are not going to try to let them come back up either.
It's going to be a throw in for Sri Lanka. There I see Allergic really animated.
Displeased about something or the other. As a throw in to the
Ball
skipper.
was going out. I think Allergic has brought in a very good environment into this team. Plays really a risky pass that is, as we were talking about Allergic, I think he's brought in a very good environment when it comes to players, and also a good environment where players can, you know, gel very well, and that's been
Absolutely, John, because love him or hate him, you can't argue with the results that have happened since he came in. Because there has been significant improvement since he has come into the role of head coach for Sri Lanka, because in the World Cup qualifiers before Amil Allergic was there, Sri Lanka failed to register even one goal. As we see now, Wasim Razik, just 4 defenders in front of him, but Akib making the run, another shot from distance. Wasim Razik, I think he saw what Hamilton did and thought, I can do one better, but just not to be on that occasion.
Do you think the other forward who was attacking the ball could have got to the ball? I think he just almost caught off guard as well. Could have made the run a bit more stronger, faster, could have got to the ball again. Sri Lanka playing on the front foot here, very nice pass, but no one there.
Good point, he could have made the pass, but he went for the shot. But I guess when you're 1-0 up, you can take a few luxuries like that, but the important thing is, as we've mentioned so many times in the past, Jana, not to waste chances, because especially when you're just 1-0 up, if you waste chances, it gives the other team the chance to come and equalize.
Yes, Sujan now on the ball. How good has he been, Rahul? Because Sujan has been very good for Sri Lanka, especially when it comes to saves, you know, positioning himself, when it comes to goalkeeping. I think one of the best players.
Absolutely, and not just in this tournament, but his talent as a goalkeeper, as we see. A huge risky pass there by Chaitra Ratnayaka, almost giving the ball away. And as I say, that Chamo Dilshan once again for the second time in this game giving the ball away with a sloppy pass. And now Seychelles, but cleared this time, but Sri Lankan defense living unnecessarily dangerously.
Nicely cut back here. I think Sri Lankan defense have to be a bit more proactive when it comes to defending, because you can see few passes just going straight, but now Sri Lanka in a very good position. Can he put in a good cross? But he cuts back. Wasim Razik with the ball.
He has options inside the box. He goes back to Abdul Basit. Abdul Basit, Chalna Chamira. He doesn't go for the 2 players in the box. He goes to Harsha Fernando.
Oh, nicely done. Good option that Sri Lanka playing the possession game. Can they just keep on with it? I think a very nice ball again. You can see the drone just making itself, also helping us in terms of filming, and there you see the shots from the drone.
Packed Racecourse Stadium, of course everyone vaccinated, but it's good to see football growing in Sri Lanka again, and that's what these type of tournaments can do for sports. We see Mikel.
Ball goes out. It's going to be a throw in for Seychelles. Sri Lanka.
Take a look at what happened. Fernando went down in a heap.
He just collided with Mote. Ball played in. A dangerous ball again.
That's the height advantage. That player was so many feet off the ground and almost got to the ball. But fortunately for Sri Lanka, just wide.
And also you saw the physicality of the Seychelles players where when they went one-on-one for the ball, the Seychelles player just brushed off. So much of physicality and also height advantage for Seychelles. For Sri Lanka, the all-important goal going towards Sri Lanka. It's 1-0 here as we near the quarter-hour mark.
Usually Sri Lanka can't just sit on its own. You need to try and get double the advantage. That's always important when you go up, especially in such an early stage. As now attempted through ball to Mohammad Aqib, just a touch too heavy. You see the Seychelles head coach right near the touchline. Mikel shouting for his players to get forward.
There is still a bit of unsettlement.
Sri Lankan defense unnecessarily living on the edge for some reason.
Just giving away balls straight into the opposition. They should gain their composure a bit. Very nicely done. A good interception.
You see linesman disagreeing with Abdul Basit and giving the throw in to Seychelles. Aljek shouting instructions as another throw in, this time high up the field for the Pirates. Naik on that occasion, clearing it away. It looks like this time it will be a slightly longer throw in.
Sri Lankan player brought down. The referee says it's a foul. It's going to be a kick for Sri Lanka.
Mazik on that occasion, coming back to do some defensive duties and winning a free kick for Sri Lanka in their own half.
Yes, I think almost two players going onto the tackle, but even though the slightest of the touch, the player was brought down. Sujan Pereira looking to launch the ball. He does. Can he find one of the forwards? He does. Sri Lanka looking dangerous here, but unfortunately not sure where the ball fell.
Free kick going Seychelles way. I think that's a little harsh against Wasim Razik because I think Wasim Razik was caught late, but the 50-50 challenge in the end.
Yes, I think he did get the ball.
Take a look at the replay. Very 50-50 challenge there. And referee.
It was almost like both players got the ball at the same time, but Sri Lanka now still with the ball. Progressing through the middle, looking for options. Does he have a good option on the right side? He does. Now you see the physicality of the Seychelles defense.
Absolutely, just too strong for Abdul Basit on that occasion. But good work here by the Seychelles number 13.
Ball played back to the keeper. Seychelles looking to go. There you see the Sri Lankan defense almost 5 at the back now. Looking very compact, looking to pounce on everything that comes their way, but now the defense passes out. The Seychelles, I think the ball is just going back and forth. Both teams. Seychelles looking for the long ball, nicely intercepted by Sri Lanka. There you see Sri Lanka pressing so hard. A welcome sign for the Sri Lankan fans. Again, ball taken by Sri Lanka here. Dilshan, Sujan Pereira goes back to Chamo Dilshan. Here the passes looks very risky. Sri Lanka should keep the game so simple, but a very good ball. Can he cut back? Unfortunately, not attacking enough. I think he just backed off.
Absolutely, he should have kept going for it, Abdul Basit, on that occasion, but he pulled out of the challenge. Maybe he thought player.
Nicely done by Wasim Razik. Yes.
Wasim winning it back to Sri Lanka, going back to the defenders. Samod opting to go all the way back to Sujan. Well, Sri Lankan players need to be brave. They need to go for challenges, especially in a grand final like this in front of your home crowd.
Yeah, you see Amir Alashik very animated,
Making his feelings known. And that's one good thing about him. He doesn't keep his feelings. If he's not happy with the player, he lets the player know. Seychelles now, Lionel Mane. Mane to Ricky. LeBros.
nicely intercepted there.
LeBros tried the finish shot from just outside the box, but too many defenders in the way on that occasion. Now Mikel. They are trying to link up with Mota, not to be on that occasion, and Samod Dilshan once again opting to go all the way back to Sujan. Sujan back to Samod. And Samod Dilshan once again, not for the first time, giving away position far too cheaply.
Have to improve on their ball retention and also their ball passing.
That's something that has been their weakness throughout this tournament, and it's something that needs to be significantly improved, because if they keep throwing away possession, as we keep saying, it's going to keep giving chances, as we see yet another Sri Lankan player down, and on this occasion, not clear who it is. It looks to be Abdul Basit.
And as we were talking about it, I think you should make Seychelles really work hard to get the ball. You shouldn't just give away the ball so they could come in attack.
As you see, the goal scorer Marvin Hamilton, long range goal, but as you rightly said, Jana, if you keep giving your position far too cheaply, eventually it's going to just invite them in to get the equalizer, and eventually maybe going to get more goals. What a tournament. He's had 6 goals for Sri Lanka in this tournament. And today's goal, the 7 goals for Sri Lanka, is the first time in this tournament that a player other than Mahinda scored for Sri Lanka. Fantastic there.
And there you go, the Catman Rahul just putting out his stat. And now Seychelles back onto the game. How can Seychelles break this deadlock? I say, because both teams now looking very much equal, not really progressing forward. Yeah, you see the tackle is going a bit too early, but nicely snatched by Sri Lanka, but ball goes back to Seychelles. Going for the long ball here, waiting in the box are 2 Seychelles players, but it's Sri Lanka who has more crowd and would clear the ball away, but go straight to Seychelles again. I think on an incident like that, I think you can still have time. You still have time to look for the correct pass.
Absolutely. Now Wasim Razik, he was hounded by defenders, but tried to link up with Charles Samira, but just ran out of space in the end. But correct idea from Wasim, I guess.
And also not enough space from Charles Samira.
Absolutely. That's now the throw-in from Seychelles.
Nicely done.
Abdul Basit on that occasion, but the follow-up pass just not coming. Lionel going back to Ricky. Ricky going for the long ball.
Marvin Hamilton. Make sure the ball stays with Sri Lankan team. But now, ball still in play. That was
a wasted chance, because players expecting the ball to go out just stopped running. If the Sri Lankan players or the Seychelles players had just kept running, they could have capitalized on that moment. But
yeah.
Players need to learn to play to the whistle. That's very important. That's football 101.
And also, Rahul, I think when you have chances like this, when you have 50-50 chances, or when you have even, a chance where you have only about 20-30% getting to the ball, just run. Just go,
Absolutely. In a
commit
grand
yourself.
final especially.
Exactly.
Always play to the whistle. That's now Seychelles once again. Fanchete.
Oh, Seychelles now just mispassing it. Sri Lanka on the front foot, is it? Unfortunately, not really getting to the ball.
Fanchete linking up with Lionel. Lionel assessing his options. Going back to the skipper, Benoit Marie. Down for Seychelles. As a long range effort. Just over the crossbar on that occasion.
And Sujan not really tested, not on target, the shot. I think as the time runs, Sri Lankan fans would be the more happier of the sets of fans, because they have the all-important stat, the all-important number, that's 1 next to Sri Lanka and 0 next to Seychelles.
See, the fans have come to the Racecourse Stadium to see their home team, as we see some of the dignitaries, the FIFA president Gianni Infantino, as well as his Honorable Namal Rajapaksa, Sports Minister, enjoying the grand final of the Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa trophy. And now Sri Lanka winning the ball back. Shazni, Chalna Chamira. These boys know that they can make history for their country today. Just foul given away by Sri Lanka. Lionel rolling on the floor, somewhat theatrically, as we see Gianni Infantino and the rest of the special guests enjoying the grand final.
Yes, and also
along with the many fans who have attended this great historical event at the Racecourse International Stadium, as we see the beautiful night skyline of the Colombo city. And it's been an absolutely beautiful few weeks of football in Sri Lanka and in Colombo, Jana.
yes, Rahul, and also the tournament has been organized in a very good way, very good manner. All teams really making themselves comfortable when it comes to all the services they're getting. Sri Lanka now snatching the ball. Can they outrun? I think the challenge coming from the back looks a very harsh one, but referee goes towards the player, but just giving him a warning.
Very clumsy challenge there by the number 3, Jean-Paul Brown. He didn't think it was a foul, but of course referee knows best.
There you see Honorable Minister of Sports and Youth Affairs. Sri Lanka in a very dangerous position. Can Sri Lanka score from here?
Abdul Basit, oh, he wasted the cross, but danger still not clear. Chalna Chamira coming to recover. Can Chalna find someone? He has options in the box. And a throw in high up the field. Abdul Basit, he got the ball in a very dangerous area, but when he went for the cross, it was straight at the defender.
I think should have done better, isn't it?
Absolutely, the chance went begging, because that was a great opportunity. But now a throw in.
Going to be one of those iconic long run-in throws, I guess, from
This time by Chalna Ratnayaka, trying to
Yes.
replicate what Harsha Fernando can do. Let's see. But Sri Lanka knocking on Seychelles' door to double the advantage. Danger not cleared. Marvin Hamilton, can he keep it in? He just couldn't do it on that occasion. But attacking signs by the Golden Army.
Oh, now Sri Lanka come forward in a very dangerous position here. I think he just went on to one of the Seychelles players. Not really a foul there, but that was very promising again from Sri Lanka.
Absolutely, almost immediately Sri Lanka came back and Wasim Razik went down, but no foul given and play continues. A vital block there by Sri Lanka, but the follow-up effort wasted and given right back to Seychelles. Murray to Mota.
You can see the flare of Mote there, number 10 of Seychelles. Very good play on the ball, who can dribble, who can just create space for the other players as well.
This is Sujan Pereira, the experienced goalkeeper, waiting for the opposition player to come towards him before he collects the ball. And then he just unleashes it.
Nicely done by Seychelles player, controlling it, but ball goes out now. Oh, there's another player down on the field. It's like Abdul Basit, this is.
Referee being very specific with who he wants to come onto the field. As you see, number 16 again, Abdul Basit, indeed, as you said, Jana, down earlier in some.
Yeah, you see the stretcher, doesn't look good for the player.
And let's not forget, he was brought in to replace injured and a suspended player, but Sri Lanka do have some options on the bench as well in terms of defenders. They have Jude Supan, who has been very good.
Interestingly, last match he was brought in and then substituted, Jude Suban.
I think he's just recovering from an illness, so the stamina is still not back fully for Jude Suman. So it will be interesting to see if he comes on, whether he can last the whole remaining 90 minutes. But they also have and indeed, I think the medics have signaled for a substitution, and it looks like Sri Lanka are indeed readying a substitution. It will be interesting to see who comes on to replace the injured Abdul Basit.
And also Sri Lanka just being pushed to their limits when it comes to the team arsenal.
See Abdul Basit in some discomfort, and we can only hope that the young lad will be okay and will recover. As we take a look at the replay to try and see exactly what happened. Not clear from that image right there, but we just can only hope and pray that he recovers soon and is back on the field fighting for club and country. As the Sri Lankan fans applauding the efforts that he put in the first half an hour.
As we approach, or we've just passed the half an hour mark, Sri Lanka leading this game 1-0. This is the Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa Trophy 2021, the grand finale. And there you go, the change coming in.
It's number 10 who is coming on, but it's not the number 10 that we've been used to in this tournament so far. It's Roshan Appuhami, another defender who is wearing the number 10 jersey.
Yes, as the fans and also the other players, when they saw the number 10 jersey, their eyes just went wide to see if it was Dylan. But then
I thought maybe that Allergic and the Sri Lankan team fooled us all by making everyone think that Dylan De Silva is not going to be here, but it's Roshan Appuhami, and he's a very seasoned defender with a lot of experience on his shoulders, which could be vital as Sri Lanka defend this lead. There's now Chamo Dilshan doing well.
So a like for like replacement. Now Sri Lanka in a very dangerous position, but unfortunately the pass not right there, but now again not controlling the ball enough, Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka doing well to get into the dangerous areas, but then just giving it away. As now Hamilton, you see Roshan Appuhami, a long booted effort, but into no man's land, straight to goalkeeper Mikel. They have passed the half an hour mark, as we said, and half time is approaching very quickly. Sri Lanka still 1-0 up.
Another player down here for Sri Lanka, another player on the ground.
And the Seychelles players are very bemused, as you can see. But things not going Sri Lanka's way despite being 1-0 up. Injury was
Player still down. I think this time it's Akib, isn't it? It looks like Akib.
Somewhat Dilshan. He's holding his leg in some discomfort. Somewhat Dilshan has to come off. It will be a huge blow for Sri Lanka because his height is a huge advantage in set piece defensive and offensive moments for Sri Lanka, as Marvin Hamilton giving the ball back to Seychelles sportingly.
I think Sri Lanka shouldn't just switch off a bit because Seychelles are a very good team who can hurt you. Seychelles defense looking for options here. On the right there is a runner, on the left as well, but we go for the left, but Sri Lanka snatching the ball. Can Sri Lanka keep hold of the ball? Against
Wasim Razik tried to connect with Mohammad Akib, but Akib couldn't get to the ball fairly, and Fanchete did absolutely brilliantly to get between the ball and Mohammad Akib, and in the end free kick to Seychelles, which they take quickly.
and the pass could have been a bit better, even though Wasim Razik has been the star player for Sri Lanka in terms of goals.
Maybe a little bit more power on that pass could have been the key, but it's now Seychelles hit a throw-in.
I think if Sri Lanka get a goal here, it's almost secured, but you never know. Oh, there you go! Looking
Acrobatic
for
effort.
a very, as Rahul told, acrobatic effort. A scissor kick coming their way. And that's Dan Labros from Seychelles.
It was a spectacular effort in the midst of many defenders, in fact, but not coming off, unfortunately for him. But what a goal that would have been.
Exactly, Rahul. You know, great goal and also a great of importance. As in a final, the team's just trailing, and to think of a scissor kick.
Absolutely. You need a player who goes for those type of efforts regardless of the consequences. And that's the type of player that Dan Labros is. So once again the ball coming all the way back to Asikur Rahman. I think the crowd has gone a little bit silent here. They need to keep their voices up. They need to be the 12th man, because even though their team is leading, they need to keep the morale up. As we see, another wasted long ball results in a throw-in for Seychelles.
Yes, I think Sri Lanka's main priority here would be to get through to the half-time, to make sure they just keep the scoreline and not concede, and that would be the first win in terms of tactics here. Seychelles would love to get a goal back.
Absolutely, Steve Murray there getting goal. Defender. Wild effort, but nowhere near target. That was Dennis John Paul. Ambitious, but not on target.
He's well wide, not testing Sujan. And as we discussed, Rahul, I think Seychelles' problem is about getting into the box in terms of progressing with the ball. You know, in set pieces, they are quite good and they get the odd goal. But again, on a very important evening like this, can they progress the ball through the middle? That's the big question.
I think from the starting lineup, it was clear that Seychelles had a clear game plan and some very strong tactics coming to this game. But when Marvin Hamilton scored that freak goal almost and put Sri Lanka up front so early on, I think that threw away all their game plans, as it does happen in the game of football.
Yes, I think very rightly said, Rahul, because the way they have positioned themselves or formed themselves, it looks like, you know, a team who would just go for a low block, you know, get the game right into the end and then suddenly using the long balls and get one goal at the end of the match. But now as Sri Lanka has got the goal right early in the match, they have to really struggle to get a goal back. And now there you see it's going to be a goal kick for Sri Lanka.
Hubei Emmanuel on that occasion just couldn't get past the tough challenge of the defender. But Seychelles still have plenty of time. This tournament has been filled with late drama. Sri Lankan fans and players will be praying and praying that that doesn't happen again. But Sujan Sujan Pereira just signaling where he wants his players.
And there you see the directive from the stadium announcement as well to have your face masks all the time, especially organizing a tournament of such stature amidst the pandemic is not quite easy. Doing a fantastic job here, the organizers, the Football Federation of Sri Lanka.
Reckless challenge given away by Sri Lanka on that occasion. Number 18, Ahmad Jasne. The bench feel that it was unnecessary, but free kick now. Take a look at the replay.
I think he got to the ball, but that was his second challenge. That is what is concerning. Is he not really happy, the Seychelles player, but now in a very dangerous position. Unfortunately, finishing not quite there for Seychelles.
Okay, on that occasion, not his best. He took it on the volley, but not to be on that occasion. But as you said, Eric Mele didn't look happy, and he doesn't look like the type of player you want to piss off.
Yes,
You
exactly.
see some young fans as well, fans of all ages, have come to race course to witness their national team play in the grand final. And what a moment it could be for Sri Lanka if this scoreline remains this way.
Another 5 minutes remaining plus added time in terms of the first half. Sri Lankans would love this if it stays this way at the half time, but Seychelles definitely should get a goal back if they need to come into this game. But they do have plenty of time unless they make those errors. It's very refreshing to see Isan Rahul. Football coming back to Sri Lanka after so long.
But indeed, it's good to see, because that's what I said, these type of tournaments organized by the Football Federation of Sri Lanka, bringing other national teams, and when your national team does well, the word of mouth goes around the country and people keep talking about it, and that's what's happening here. As that could have been the second goal, Wasim Razik just couldn't get a proper header to it.
I think he still rose very high to get to the ball, but unfortunately for him couldn't get to the ball.
Indeed, was under heavy pressure from the defender as well, but
Yes, amidst the pressure. Oh, here we go, Seychelles trying to score, but Sujan Pereira ever present there, shielding the ball.
and good work by Chamo Dilshan as well. He had Mote under heavy pressure until Sujan Pereira could collect there, but Seychelles almost responding immediately. Sri Lanka had a chance at the other end.
Seychelles' game plan has been the same throughout the game or throughout the tournament, because if you see, Seychelles have got the goal when, you know, nothing has been happening or out of nowhere. That's how they have got the goal. Sri Lanka should be very vigilant when it comes to defending. There you see, using all the pace they can, Sri Lanka, but their passing have to be right. Akib through the left side, dribbling pass, still Akib going very strongly, but this time the touch too heavy.
Indeed, his final, he did absolutely well to get into that position, but final touch too heavy, and Kenna Ricky just able to get it off him. But Sri Lanka once again, Chalna Chamira, but I think the referee's whistle just blown for a foul, which Wasim Razik cannot believe was given, but the referee's call. The referee Al Shamari has done a pretty good job in this tournament so far with his calls. See Seychelles, Fanchetti. They're approaching half-time, Jana. What do you make of the first half so far?
I think even though both teams not quite convincing, not quite really, you know, playing on their top game, but still, I think Sri Lanka would be the happier team.
Absolutely, being 1-0 up, you have to be the happier team, but things that they can improve definitely coming to the second half.
One thing, defense, the top priority. They have to improve their defense in terms, because we've seen the Seychelles players breaking the defense a couple of times here. Sujan had to come to the rescue, so this can be avoided. In terms of Seychelles, I think they have to up their game as well in terms of ball progression and also the passing. They aren't a team who usually play.
Wasim Razik just couldn't keep that ball down. But as you rightly said, John,
Seychelles definitely have to up their
Sri
midfield.
Lanka need to improve their defense as well as they need to make sure they don't keep giving the ball away far too easily. And Seychelles, on the other hand, knowing their head coach Neville Vivian, how they've played in this tournament so far, when they come out in the second half, they will come with a clear game plan how to play and how to try and chase the equalizer if the scoreline is the same. So Sri Lanka need to make sure they have some tactics set for the second half as well.
Yeah, the other thing I think Seychelles have to look out another Seychelles. In fact, yeah, it's Sri Lankan play on the ground. As we were talking about what the game plan is to be, I think Seychelles have to. Oh, there you see referee saying, yeah, you can get back onto the field, onto the feet, I should say. Sri Lanka is a team who comes back very strongly when it comes to the first opening of the opening of the halves. I'd say the first half we saw suddenly Sri Lanka playing very well, and also in the other matches we've seen.
And against the run of play, Seychelles out of nowhere, right in the injury time, they've added the equalizer. Hubei Emmanuel Jean, he has his goal, and right in the face of Amir Alajek. Not sure what captain Steve Benoit Murray is trying to do there. Not very sportsmanlike, but they have their goal. And just in the first minute of injury time, Seychelles have made it. Sri Lanka won, Seychelles won. And we have a final on our hands here, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, far too easily.
And what was it about? It was a header. It was almost a cross and a header. This is what we've been warning again and again. Seychelles, a team who can head well, use their height advantage well, and that's what they have done. Sri Lanka have work to do here in the second half, and also Seychelles have to get another goal to be in a winning position.
Sri Lanka have conceded 7 goals in this tournament so far, and most of them have been from headers like that. And Sri Lanka yet to improve on those defensive set pieces. As we see, a minimum of 3 minutes added. And I think that goal changes the team talks completely for both teams going into the half-time. Amir Alajek will be very bemused with the celebrations that happened right in front of him.
Rightly said. And also I think the crowd has gone really silent here in the race course. The goal has made the crowd go silent. But again, it all builds up to another exciting second half, I should say. Both teams equal, 1-1. So let's see how the second half pans out.
Absolutely, you rightly said that Seychelles are not a team that's going to just sit back and let Sri Lanka have their glory moment. And we just saw it there, but it's a shame because Sri Lanka conceded so many goals in that exact same way, and they still haven't improved or rectified on those errors. They're still letting the ball come in far too easily, and they're still letting the player who puts the header away get into the box and get the header off far too easily without any pressure.
Yeah, again, I think the header wasn't, put in with a high pace or with so much of pace. Could Sujan made it better, or could his effort be a bit better there?
But even taking Sujan out of the picture, the defenders should have done better, as almost before half-time, Seychelles trying to add the second, and you can see the mood has shifted. The Seychelles players have smiles on their faces, and that is a half-time whistle. Sri Lanka won, Seychelles won, and Sri Lanka not the happy of the two now, as they would have been just a few minutes ago.
Yes, but we've got an exciting second half. So let's see how the second half pans out. And that's it from the first half. And we'll also see the ball possession almost equal. Nothing to separate. Shots on target. Seychelles won, Sri Lanka won. Goals, of course, Sri Lanka won, Seychelles won.
And possession almost equal as well, 49 to 51%. But as you rightly said, a very exciting 45 minutes coming up in the second half. Hamilton opened the scoring very early on, and Sri Lanka since then let Seychelles grow back into the game, and we saw the result. They got the equalizer right at the death of the first half, and in a beautiful Colombo night,
Now you see the first goal, Marvin Hamilton, I think just got a deflection, but keeper just caught nabbing there. And this was another impressive effort from Seychelles, but this was the all-important header. I think, there you see, maybe a bit of dive from Sujan could have prevented, but again he has done very good for the team in this tournament. So let's see how the second half pans out.
Are getting doubled and tripled all the time, but still they have replacements, and they almost got a like for like replacement again.
But then when we go into what you said about the equalizer, it was irritating because Seychelles were a team that's not going to be seen from Sri Lanka in this tournament so far. It was clear that the goal was probably going to come, but they have height advantage, but it's something that Sri Lanka need to seriously rectify, if not for the second half, for future tournaments and future matches as well.
Let's talk about the gameplay. Where can Sri Lanka improve? I know we have some flaws. Also, we can talk about Seychelles with Sri Lanka. So where can Sri Lanka improve?
So obviously, main thing, they need to be defensively solid in the second half, because as we've seen, they conceded the first goal after that disastrous defense piece. But they've been good attackingly. They've not created much chances after that first goal. That first goal also came almost out of nowhere, but they need to keep up the attacking strength. They need to keep putting the pressure on the Seychelles defenders, because that's what's going to cause problems for the Seychelles defenders and put them under pressure and make them make a few mistakes which lead to more chances.
Yeah, one good thing we noticed from Sri Lanka is maybe not the finishing, but the step before finishing. Always there is this last, the final absolute step. So that's where the ball, they don't really, the striker's path, or the striker is not in a very perfect position to receive the ball. I think Sri Lanka can improve as well.
Absolutely, because as you rightly said, they get towards the final, and before putting the final pass in to the player, they get it into a defender or something. As we saw in the first half, there were many occasions where Abdul Basit, for example, before he got injured, there was a good chance for him to put in a cross after he got the ball, but the cross was hit straight at the defender and went big.
Yeah, talking about defense, missing Puslas today, Sri Lanka?
So far, it doesn't seem to be the case, fortunately for Sri Lanka.
He can play a bit in midfield so that he ball into one of the forwards.
Absolutely, because we've seen him in the previous games of this tournament, not just as a forward or a winger, he's played as a wide midfielder, going into the central positions, taking the ball, and he has done very well. So he will be one of the key players that Seychelles rely on.
So let's see how Seychelles midfield, maybe they are making some changes, and also the goal coming towards the end. I think it's going to be a tough team talk, especially also their tactics are going to be changed regardless of which team is playing.
It will be a good test for both managers, because both head coaches will need to have given their teams a strong team talk, because this is the match that counts, and we are just moments away from kickoff of the grand finale of the Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa Trophy. We live action of the second half.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're live again for the coverage of the second half of the grand finale of Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa Trophy 2021. The home team Sri Lanka playing against Seychelles. The scoreline says nothing to separate both teams. So we have a game on our hand in the second half. And Sri Lanka, in case you've just joined, Sri Lanka did score a goal early on in the first half, but Seychelles coming back right into the game towards the end of the first half. So now the scoreline says Sri Lanka 1, Seychelles 1. And they've got some changes. Elia Woodley comes in, who has been very good, instead of Brandon Rashid for Seychelles. Oh, now Hamilton going. Can Hamilton put in a good cross? Does try to shield the ball well, but play brought down. But referee says nothing doing. Ball still with Sri Lanka.
So this half is the important one. It's the half where we'll see what the two teams are made of. The grand finale of this Four Nations International Trophy, and it comes down to this final 45 minutes. 45 minutes that separates history for one of these two nations.
Both teams longing for a trophy here, so they would love to come on top and also be crowned as champions. So let's see what happens. Ball Sri Lanka puts it across, but Seychelles palms it out. Ball goes to Sri Lanka in a very promising position. Can Sri Lanka score? But unfortunately, their touch is not really perfect. But now Modi gives the ball. Sri Lanka on the defense as well. Chamo Dilshan. Oh, last minute desperate defending from Asikur Rahman to put the ball away from the oncoming Seychelles forward, or else it could have been a disaster for Sri Lanka. You can see the aerial view of the racecourse stadium. And the medics running in to see if the Sri Lankan play is all right. For Sri Lanka. Oh, I think he just got his knee stuck onto the field there. Must be really painful. And that was a very good interception, or it could have been a goal against Sri Lanka.
Corner to Seychelles. We've seen what happens from these corner opportunities before. Danger not cleared. Chamo Dilshan versus
Mele.
Number 12 Mele, and nothing but respect between the two, fortunately.
I think Chamo Dilshan did very well to come on top of Mele, because Mele not an easy player. to brush off.
And Jana, just to put it into your mind as well as the fans watching at home or wherever you may be, if the scoreline remains equal after 90 minutes,
No, don't talk about it.
the
At this
dreaded
time,
penalty shootout comes, and I don't think either team will want that.
yes, definitely, you know, amidst pressure. You know what happened in the recently concluded Euros when the penalty shootout came to their home country, Sri Lanka in a very good position. Can Sri Lanka take the shot? That was not really on target, nor had the power as well.
Roshan Appuhami wearing the number 10 jersey thought maybe he can shoot like a number 10 player, but not to be on that occasion. But maybe he had a lot of options inside the box. Rightfully should have tried to find one of them, but as you take a look at the replay,
Oh, the ball just ricocheted off the player. But I think these are chances where you should take. Look, the position of the ball and also the high up to the
he
field.
had Ahmad Chazne as well as Wasim Razik making runs into the box, but
Exactly.
chance wasted in the end, and Seychelles.
These kind of 50-50 chances actually cost you the game at the end. And now you can see Alajic and his assistants just making some thoughts. Seychelles breaking away, looking for the shot here, but unfortunately now they'll take, but Sujan ever present at the box.
The wall of Sri Lanka, he's always there. Opposition players must be completely fed up of the sight of him, because whenever they get into good positions and get shots away, 9 times out of 10 Sujan is there to stop it. And just there we saw another example of Seychelles getting into the box far too easily and getting shots away, and in the end Sujan Pereira to the rescue once again for Sri Lanka.
Rahul, very easily the Seychelles forwards could break down the defense of Sri Lanka. That's what we saw in the last instance. And Sri Lanka should make sure they are not going to let such chances get to Seychelles again.
Absolutely, we saw Eric Mele there. He got into the box well, and then he tried to link up with Mote, but Mote had just overrun it. And then the follow-up wrong range effort, I believe, by Ricky Norris. Just a good, quick reflex save by Sujan Pereira, as he has done for so long. And now Roshan Appuhami.
I think these are places where you shouldn't lose the ball. Maybe try and keep it, you know,
Just
when
nice.
you have the ball high up the field, when you have possession high up the field, that's when the opposition team panics. This has to be taken seriously sometimes. But now, as he got deflection,
Crucial sliding challenge there by Asif Rahman. I was going to say, just as you said, you shouldn't lose possession. If the ball was given away and the possession was lost and given right back to Seychelles, far too easily, I might add. As the throw-in taken quickly on this occasion by number 3, Dennis Jean-Paul.
Fanchete, ball with Sri Lanka now. I think they should just try and be a bit more. Oh, very good opportunity here for Sri Lanka.
Wasim Razik couldn't link up there. Akib had the right idea. Akib, he's not offside. The ball came off a Seychelles player. A brilliant ball there by Shazne.
Sri Lanka looking very dangerous here. Can they put one onto the goal? He almost went in, but just made sure the ball is out.
Roshan Appuhami, I thought that maybe he should have crossed instead of his cross came straight at the goalkeeper. Goalkeeper almost fumbled it, but the ends are still not clear. Roshan Appuhami coming once again. And a sliding challenge from behind, and referee blowing the whistle. And rightfully so, a sliding challenge from the back. It's never safe, and a free kick to Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, the crowd back on their feet, they're finding their voice again. Sri Lanka knocking on Seychelles' door. The fans cheering the Golden Army on. The grand finale of the Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa trophy. Cross from the free kick, the wasted one. Past every Sri Lankan and Seychelles player and straight out for a goal kick. Wasted opportunity there.
Sri Sri Lanka trying to snatch the ball. Seychelles onto the ball now.
Sri Lanka have done very well in the last few minutes. I think they need to keep that momentum going, don't they, John?
Exactly, that's what I wanted to put up as well, Rahul, because they have had some good chances in the last 2 or 3 minutes. And play down for Sri Lanka here.
That's Roshan Apuhami, who came on in place of injured player. There, the clearance. As we were saying, Sri Lanka need to keep this momentum going, because the last few minutes they have gone very attackingly and put Seychelles under heavy pressure. And if they lose that momentum, they allow Seychelles the chance to go back, but Seychelles now have a free kick, and we know Sri Lanka's apparent weakness from these set piece deliveries. Let's see, but this time it looks like it will be a throw-in. That number 3, Dennis Jean-Paul, is looking to take long.
Every time Seychelles gets a set piece, it's going to be a dangerous one for Sri Lanka, but well cleared by Marvin Hamilton. But now Seychelles coming forward, but now Sri Lanka on the front foot.
That may be the first yellow card of the game. But number 13, Kenny Ricky, making himself scarce as quickly as possible so that the referee doesn't book him, and the referee has not pulled out the yellow card, maybe because it was still in the Sri Lankan half.
Yes, maybe only that's the reason which could have prevented a card there. But Sri Lanka should just keep on the momentum going and also should keep on attacking. That's how they can get a goal.
Absolutely, they can't let Seychelles go back into this. But Seychelles, a strong team, as the ball into the box got past 2 defenders, but the strong and ever-present Eric Mele, not one to be tempered with, and he clears it out for a throw into Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka should take these opportunities, because early on in the second half, just 10 minutes past, trying to get the first blood here. Sri Lanka trying to score, and Sri Lanka score! Sri Lanka 2, Seychelles 1.
Mohammad Aqib, the young lad, what a volley that was. The Golden Army, they never give up. They keep fighting, and they have the second goal. And it's Sri Lanka 2, Seychelles 1. Mohammad Aqib with a brilliant volley. And the 21-year-old thumping volley sees Sri Lanka retake the lead in the grand finale of the Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa Trophy. And the Sri Lankan fans in the Racecourse Stadium back on their feet, flags waving, voices loud as ever. As you take a look at the replay, Wasim Razik just headed it on, and Mohammad Aqib making absolutely no mistake. The long throw-in from Harsha Fernando, and in fact it's an assist for Harsha Fernando straight from that long throw-in. That long throw-in finally paying off for Harsha Fernando.
Exactly, and we were talking about how Aqib has these huge boots to fill in, especially of Kavindu Ishans, and he has done justice for it.
Absolutely, Mohammad Aqib came into this game filling in for Kavindu Ishan and Dylan De Silva, and he has done just that, and apparently that's his last contribution of the game. Referee booking him for apparently time waste. Deserves to enjoy the moment, take it all in, and what a final contribution that could be. If it is, it is, and maybe he could have won Sri Lanka the Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa Trophy with his final kick of the game.
Still early times, but again, as you told, with the new substitution rules, I think you can afford to substitute a bit more. But excellent play that by Aqib.
And you can see the bench is welcoming him like a hero, rightfully so. But as you said, the early days, and Seychelles half an hour. We saw what happened after the first goal. So Sri Lanka need to stay alert as the other player coming off is Ahmed Chazde. And you can see what this means.
Yes, the prayers going on. And also, I think Sri Lanka now shouldn't really sit back.
It looks like the players who came on, one was Mohammad Aman Faiza, I should say. Another young player with brilliant talent in the midfield. And just trying to get confirmation of who the second player who came on was. And Wasim Razik.
You saw the boot going straight into the face of a Sri Lankan player.
And you see tensions boiling over. And if it was as serious and deadly as it looked, I think the referee's assistants need to talk to him and tell him what happened and get the rightful action that such heinous acts deserves. Wasim Razik was having none of it.
I think the player on the ground just got a boot to his face, almost. And there you see.
As we take a look at the replay, just to get a clear picture of what happened. Oh, that was clearly, I don't know if that's intentional, but Wasim Razik was rightfully having none of it. And that, if VAR existed, that definitely would be a red card.
Would have been a red, Rahul.
You don't see moves like that in wrestling either
Exactly,
anymore.
just giving his boot onto the face. A huge,
But it's
dangerous challenge.
It's a huge
that is.
relief to see that the play is sitting back up. Waiting to see what's going to happen. And I didn't see the referee brandishing his hand. As we take another look at that replay of Roshan Apuhame.
Oh, that was quite obvious. I think at least a yellow card. But that's almost a red card foul then.
If there was VAR, that would be a red card because that was intentional, a very intentional foul, and I think that the duty comes down to the fourth official and the linesman to tell the referee what happened in case the referee didn't have the proper sight of it. But the game continues. Roshan Apuhame is okay, fortunately, and the game continues. It doesn't change the scoreline. Sri Lanka are leading, but Seychelles need to keep their temper in check because the last thing they need when they're a goal down is to be a man down, and that would put the nail in the coffin, I'd say, in the grand finale.
Oh, there I see Wasim Razik really trying to press the keeper.
Wasim Razik, I think that foul ignited a fire inside him, and goalkeeper Roddy Mikel there, not sure, he thought he was good at dribbling. He managed to hold off Wasim Razik, but almost gave away a reckless goal. As you see, Seychelles now, the captain trying to link up with the player, but the pass just too strong and it's out for a goal kick. They are past the hour mark here at the Colombo Racecourse International Stadium. Amir Alajic letting out a half. The tensions high in the dugouts and in the stands, and even here in the media box as Sujam Pereira lines up a goal kick.
And the all-important stat, Sri Lanka 2, Seychelles 1.
Indeed, and just less than 30 minutes remaining.
Can Sri Lanka hold on? That's a big question here. But Seychelles would love to get one. If they get one, it's going to be very hard for both teams to get the other winner.
Sri Lankan fans need to keep chant. They need to keep their voices high. They need to be in the ear of all the players. As we see a throw-in going Seychelles' way at the moment. Dennis John Paul.
Clearing out, but then again giving it straight to Seychelles in a dangerous position.
Sri Lankan defenders really don't seem to enjoy being in the lead. When they get into the lead, they get very reckless at the back. That's something they need to improve significantly.
The star man for Sri Lanka, Sujan Pereira, lining up.
Captain Sri Lanka himself has been involved for Sri Lanka on so many occasions. The referee waving play on. Now Seychelles, they need to get a few passes going to try and get an attack, but Sri Lanka winning it back, but possession going right back to Seychelles immediately. And Mele went for a long ball, couldn't connect with a teammate, and still can't as Chandra Samira lets it run out for a Sri Lankan throw-in.
Yes, I think the deeper we get into the match, the Sri Lankan coach would try to get in some defensive players.
Absolutely, already Mohammad Aman on the field. As you see, FIFA President Gianni Infantino enjoying the game, the grand finale at the Colombo Racecourse International Stadium. Charles Samira now wins Sri Lanka a throw-in very high up the field. But referee disagreeing, giving the throw-in to Seychelles. Charles Samira intercepts, but intercepted as well by Jean Paul. Referee Al Shamari there, letting the small incidents go. As Seychelles now, Mota. Seychelles playing the short passing game, trying to keep hold of possession and get an attack going of their own. They are chasing the game now for the second time in this game.
There you see the officials now ball with Seychelles. I think Sri Lanka looking dangerous as well, even though not being perfect, but they still coming in waves of attack here. I think as of now Sri Lanka should be very vigilant when it comes to the set pieces. Apart from that, I don't see Seychelles really attacking the ball through the middle or through just linking up. And there you see the star man again, Peri Anasta coming in.
Mote couldn't have the impact that he usually would, and he's coming off in praise of Rundolf Elizabeth. So a double substitution there for Seychelles. Let's see if it could have an effect. I think Mote didn't have the desired effect that he usually has in the game. I think Sri Lanka have done well marking him and preventing him from getting on the ball too much.
Yeah, I think also has to do with the positioning of Mote today, because he isn't someone who go and get the goals, but rather would love to feed balls to the other forwards. I think maybe the positional play hasn't been quite suitable for Mothe today. And also Ernesta coming in, a very good player. He showed lots of potential in the first few games. So I guess it will come handy. But Sri Lanka coming in attack again, but the cross or the lofted pass not really onto the forward there. But now Seychelles going through the right side.
It's a tight advantage we spoke about, Jana. As Seychelles now, first contribution from Perry Ernesta, almost a good one, but danger not cleared yet, and now Sri Lanka on the counter. Long ball, but just way too powerful for Wasim Razik to do anything about it.
Yeah, I think he had the time to progress the ball by himself. He had a huge vacant space to run with the ball, but rather he chose the other option. In the end, not paying off. Fanchete. Sri Lanka stealing the ball again. Again the long ball, but can Wasim Razik get to the end? He does. He does have pace. Wasim is very dangerous in these type of positions, trying to dribble. Wasim gets off. Almost a shot, but going a bit wide. That's very good by Wasim Razik.
Absolutely brilliant solo effort. He had absolutely no support up front. If he had any support, he could have easily laid it off and could have been the third goal, but he had to go on his own, and he cut in again, and then the final effort from a very tight angle, just too much and just wide of the target. But brilliant effort by Wasim Razik, and you can see he's disappointed in himself, but he did absolutely well to get into the position.
I think just maybe could have come to the far side of melee and tried the far side, but Wasim rather going for the near side, but still a good idea. Could have given to the oncoming play as well, but you know, during those times.
Indeed, but I think going on the far side of melee is never an easy task.
Exactly.
You see Seychelles now trying to get the ball downfield.
Sri Lanka have to be very vigilant here. Seychelles can hurt Sri Lanka. Sujan there collecting it, no problems this time. Another 20 minutes remaining in the game. Can Sri Lanka hang on in this game?
He's telling his teammates to calm down. And now he kicks long, very long, but get it out, and it will be a throw into Sri Lanka in Seychelles half. Into the final 20 minutes of the grand finale of this Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa Trophy, Jara.
Yes, even though we are in an AC box, it's still sweating out here because the match has been so interesting and also nerve-wracking.
You can see the Seychelles bench telling the referee to get on with the game. But Sri Lanka less than 20 minutes away from making history. Wasim Razik, he did brilliantly to get past one, but just couldn't do enough to get past Jean Paul. And despite asking for a corner, referee not agreeing.
There you see the lights all out. The Sri Lankan fans making themselves present here. There you see, amidst the stars, players.
And now Sri Lanka once again, and once again the chance storm begging. Sri Lanka keep knocking on the door. Something is bound to happen eventually.
Sri Lanka now going to the left. Can they put in a good cross, or can he cut back, just progress the ball by himself? Looking for an option. Or he still keeps hold of the ball. Ball still with Sri Lanka, is it? Yes, it is. He's been fouled as a penalty. Sri Lanka get a penalty in a vital
game, winning a penalty for Sri Lanka. And Benoit Murray. And that's good to see, standing up for your teammates like that. And Wasim Razik is a player of that caliber. Yes, the cross there, just way off target on that occasion.
Maybe could have cut back, but rather going for the cross.
Sasanga Dilhara.
Another player down on the other side. I think he's in visible pain. Is there another incident?
Something maybe off the ball.
asking what happened. This is what happened there. You can see Wasim Rasi giving the ball. Another stretcher onto the field. Looks ugly again for Sri Lanka.
Seychelles fans need to remember this time will be added on in added time, so they don't need to lose their heads. Because as we've seen in this tournament, 11 minutes, plenty of time to get 2 goals, maybe even 3. So Seychelles need to remember that they need to keep their composure, and then they need to keep their spirit and their belief, and they need to keep going for it.
Definitely, Rahul, because 10 minutes is almost enough time to score another 2 goals, or maybe even the winner. So still time remaining for Seychelles to come back storming into this match. There you see the very interested supporters of Sri Lanka. It's good to see Sri Lankan football fans, Sri Lankan crowd coming back to back the side. An international match, that too being hosted in Sri Lanka. Here they go. Chamo Dilshan trying to heel it back, but Seychelles now on the counter. Puts in a long ball. Can Sri Lanka negate it? Oh, last minute effort. Very nicely done, but now still Seychelles on the counter. Seychelles going to score, but Sujan Pereira just puts in a dive and stops the goal.
Captain Sri Lanka coming to Sri Lanka's rescue time and time again. And once again, he has been the hero on so many occasions. And he is a goalkeeper who is never afraid to put his body on the line. He goes for those dangerous challenges as he has there, no matter what the cost. And once again making a crucial save before Seychelles could get any shot away.
As we were discussing, Rahul, Sujan Pereira very good in his positioning, and there you go, almost a goal. Just pouncing on it like a cheetah.
Absolutely a clear goal if not for the intervention of Sujan Pereira. Maybe a bit of time wasting or something?
Yeah, I'd say, but in this instance, I think it looks very obvious. He did get a shot onto the face. Maybe at a few minutes, but still the main cause, I'd say no. But referee has been good today. He has controlled the game very well. And there you see again
Sujan Pereira, a player and a captain any country would be extremely proud to have. And he has been an absolute legend and a hero for Sri Lanka over the last so many years. And none more prominently than in this tournament. And it could come off with him lifting the trophy at the end of this 90 minutes in front of a packed race course stadium. What a moment that could be for Sri Lanka and for football in Sri Lanka, Jana.
Rightly said, Rahul. Just another 8 odd minutes. Sri Lanka have to hang in for a new beginning in Sri Lankan football, and also to the youngsters.
Seychelles players need to keep their heads. They're letting their discipline waver unnecessarily. Could result in cards.
Yes, I think again referee just coming right into the mess and making sure the game is controlled.
I think the referee is being a little too lenient with these cards, because that earlier incident and then again now, if you do show a few yellow cards here and there, it makes the players a little more disciplined, because they know, okay, we can't get away with it. But if you keep letting them get away with it, they're going to keep going.
Yeah, rightly said, Rahul. That's another good point. Seychelles would love to get a goal here, but unfortunately puts the ball out, and it's going to be a throw-in for Sri Lanka.
Final 10 minutes. Sri Lanka 3, Seychelles 1. I think after getting their first win since 2010, few days ago against Bangladesh. Sri Lanka look to be following that up immediately with their second as a cross into the box.
Takes a deflection, and also Sujan Pereira just spills it into the box.
And that's going to be an own goal, not by Sujan Pereira, but by the defender. And with less than 6 minutes remaining, could an own goal be the nail in the coffin for Sri Lanka? Still a 1-goal lead remains, but now the tenseness and the nerves are back.
Yeah, you see, Sujan had no chance of putting the ball out.
Absolutely took a deflection off Sri Lanka's own defender, and now
5-7 minutes maybe with added time.
this tournament has been filled with late drama, and it looks like we are going to get more. Sri Lanka 3, Seychelles 2 in the 85th minute.
Sri Lanka should hang on here for the fans who've been eagerly waiting
Absolutely.
for a win. That to a trophy after so long. But now Mikel will collect it. Mikel trying to play on as fast as he can. Mahmoud Dilshan heads it using all his height. But Seychelles looking very dangerous here. I think momentum is with Seychelles at this moment, I'd say. Again, Sujan Pereira just leaving the ball go by.
Absolutely. Sri Lanka can't let this opportunity slip. They had a 2-goal advantage, and I can't believe what I'm seeing here, but you can see Amril Aljic desperate for signaling to get some substitutes on.
And I think this is where the fans have to come in. They have to make the noise, they have to make the players heard. But here you go, 2 players down for Sri Lanka at 2 ends. Maybe this a bit of time wasting, I never know.
The only people who will really know are the players themselves, and they are never going to admit to it. But the bench not happy. They believe it's time wasting.
In for Aman.
Jujuman coming on for Mahmoud Dilshan, and it looks like
Double change.
Salva Samira coming off in place of Daniel McGrath. Another like-for-like change. Daniel McGrath, a brilliant youngster. Sri Lanka having a lot of young potential coming up in football, and it's good to see them getting the opportunity. Now he can say that he was part of the victorious moment if Sri Lanka can hold on.
The fans have to make themselves heard. There you see Marvin Hamilton. I think this time putting the ball away, and it'll be a goal kick from Mikel. Amir Alajic really marshalling his troops here. Don Fanchete looking for the diagonal ball. Does he find one of the Seychelles player? But fortunately it goes for Sri Lanka to one of the Sri Lankan players. There you see again, I think just to and fro trying to aimlessly lob the ball into the opposition half.
Because the long ball had absolutely no Sri Lankan players at the end of it. But now once again Murray launches a long ball of his own.
Oh, again in a very desperate situation, and Seychelles do score. And that's 3-3. What a comeback by Seychelles.
And the Seychelles bench and the players all off their feet. Sujan Pereira came off his line and didn't get there on this occasion. And a tournament filled with late drama. As late drama yet again in the 90th minute. It's Sri Lanka 3, Seychelles 3. And my earlier comment has come back to
No,
haunt
Rahul,
the
don't
Sri
start
Lankan
it.
fans. But I think we'll see a big chunk of injury time and plenty of time for either side to go on and grab a winner. As you see, only 4 minutes minimum of added time, but still plenty of time.
So there you go. If any of the team gets a winner in these 4 minutes, it's going to be very hurtful for the other team.
But
In a game of football, it happens.
and I think Seychelles want to take this to penalties because there is a play of their own down now, which definitely would have happened a few moments ago. But what's disappointing for Sri Lanka fans is it was 3-1 and now they've let it come to 3-3 in less than 15 minutes.
Yeah, almost in no time. And also, the other thing is, if the scoreline stays This way, it's almost Sri Lanka's game to lose. Because
And the momentum started back with Seychelles from that own goal, right?
exactly.
But a corner kick for Sri Lanka.
And there you see the prayers going on. Pin drop silence here in the racecourse grounds. Can Sri Lanka get a goal? Can they make these fans go crazy? That's the question.
Sri Lanka had it in the bag, but the bag has split wide open, and now it's back on level terms.
I think players shouldn't just let the momentum swing to the other team.
Go to Sasanga Dilhara, the man who will whip this in. And immediately headed out by Fanchete for yet another corner. The fans need to be vocal at this point. They need to be the 12th man. But
And what a tournament we're having, almost late drama in every match.
it's been a brilliant tournament, and this is a brilliant ending, but poor corner on that occasion. But luckily for Sri Lanka, a poor clearance sees the throw-in going right back to them.
Yeah, but again, when you talk of penalties, I think with Sujan on the sticks, it is almost 50-50 again.
Indeed, but you can never save in penalty shootouts
Yes, however,
because luck,
right
like
to
it
say-
or not, luck always plays a part in penalty shootouts.
yeah, however talented you may be, even the bestest of the keepers, if you ask them what's the hardest part of goalkeeping, and they'd say penalties.
And also penalty takers don't find it too easy in a penalty shootout under the heavy pressure, especially in a grand final. As you see Harsha Fernando with Sri Lanka behind his back. The last time he took a long throw in, it paid off this time, headed away by Mele.
Ball with Sri Lanka still, but now Seychelles go on the counter. Can someone stop this counter? Oh, nicely done.
Referee giving away a free kick. It looked to be a fair challenge, but referee has the better view on the ground. As we approach the final few minutes, I believe, of added time, will Seychelles try to grab a late winner, or can Sri Lanka launch a counter-attack before, or will we be going to the dreaded penalty shootouts, Jana?
Definitely a welcome scene for a neutral fan, but not so for the fans of these teams. But ball goes straight to a Seychelles player, but referee says it's going to be the end of the
And
match.
we go to the dreaded penalty shootout. After 90 minutes, it's Sri Lanka 3, Seychelles 3, nothing to separate the two sides. And a tournament that has been filled with late drama, sees late drama in the grand finale. Sri Lanka were leading 3-1 in the last 15 minutes, and somehow they gave it away. And now we go onto the spot, and it just comes down to who can hold their nerve the best. It's goalkeeper Sujan Pereira and Roddy Mikel, and of course the penalty takers. Wasim Razik will surely be one of them for Sri Lanka.
So Wasim Rasik will take his second penalty shot of the match. In the meanwhile,
He's been 100% with his penalties in this tournament so far, but we haven't seen, if I'm not mistaken, we haven't seen any Seychelles players taking a penalty yet in this tournament.
yes, and I think Wasim Rasik really visibly disappointed. And there you see ball position almost equal, goals equal, shots on target 3-3.
You can understand why Wasim Razik would be upset. They had it in the bag, really, in the palm of their hands. Players could have been, the fans have been picturing them lifting the trophy, and then out of nowhere it turned upside down. But that's the beauty of football, Jana, and that's Seychelles for you. They never give up.
Yeah, again, Rahul, maybe the dark horses are in fact the horse which is leading the race. Your prediction?
With Sujan in goal, maybe could hold a nerve better, but what a game Gianni Infantino has chosen to come and watch. A penalty shootout. It doesn't get more exciting than this, especially if you're a neutral fan like we assume he is.
Referee is just calling for the captains here for a penalty shootout. It's all happening here at the race course. This is the Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa Trophy 2021, a Four Nations Trophy, Maldives, Bangladesh, Seychelles, the team from Africa, and of course the host Sri Lanka, finally boiling down to the finals, where the host Sri Lanka taking on the team all the way from Africa, that's Seychelles, and it is penalty time.
Seychelles just going through some final routines, some final rituals, and let's see if any mind games come into play here.
And also Rahul, if Sujan do keep Sri Lanka floating here, I think he is my man of the tournament maybe. Because
Absolutely.
even though two very hard contenders, Wasim Rasik on the other side has scored brilliant goals here, very hard, but I'd say, you know, this is the final.
But unless Wasim Razik scores a winning penalty maybe.
Exactly.
So
It's all swinging here and there, swinging from Asia to Africa.
that's the excitement of penalty shootouts in football. Not exciting if you're one of the players on the field or one of the strong fans, but under the night skies and the bright floodlights of the Racecourse International Stadium, it comes down to a penalty shootout. Sri Lanka versus Seychelles for the Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa Trophy. Who can hold their nerve the best? Who is going to come out victorious as champions, Jana?
Not going to predict anything, Rahul, because I've done some predictions in the past. Some have come, some have gone off, but this, of course, is going to be very hard. Sujan giving the final team talk and also making sure the players are really pumped up for the penalty shootout.
They need to remember that they can make history here. Wasim Razik, a picture of concentration. The referee is giving some instructions to the goalkeeper.
And what is Sujan doing? Is he playing some mind games?
Warm-up routines.
Exactly, because he's quite good with the mind games. You saw what happened against the Bangladesh.
Looks like it'll be Seychelles to take the first penalty maybe.
Indon Fanchete.
Fanchete.
Sujan keep Don Fanchete away.
Sujan has his eyes on Fanchete.
Referee just making sure the proceedings and the way it should happen.
There we go.
Sujan. There you go. And Honorable Sports Minister Namal Rajapaksa,
President of the FFSL, Jasper Umar, on the edge of his seat.
and also the other important person there,
Gianni Infantino, the FIFA president himself. And what an exciting game he's witnessing here at the Racecourse Stadium.
butterflies in stomach, Rahul.
Fanchete against Sujan Pereira. Can Sujan stand tall?
Oh,
And he has made the
He
save!
does! Sujan does save a goal.
The ball of Sri Lanka, Captain Sri Lanka, has come to Sri Lanka's rescue. But still time. Could that be the moment that the pendulum swings Sri Lanka's way?
Rahul, I told you, Sujan, the all-important man here, a very calm customer, and also he's a very good goalkeeper.
That was a brilliant save. Fanchete went to his left and Sujan read him like a book and went the right way and made the brilliant save. And now Seychelles on the back foot, and Roddy Mikel, he has to make a save.
Yes, and read him like a book. What a statement that is, Rahul. Anyway, Seychelles
And it will
failing
be
to...
chance to find their voice. And it's number 22 for Seychelles against Sujan Pereira.
What can Sujan do here? In comes stuttering run up and scores for Seychelles. Seychelles 1, Sri Lanka 0 in the penalty shootout. Okay, a match in Sri Lanka's hands, just giving away in the last minutes. And now Seychelles leading in this match for the first time.
Marvin Hamilton will be hoping that something goes his way, because he missed the golden chance to put Sri Lanka in a huge advantage, but it was not to be. And now once again it's Asikur Rahman. Asikur has to score, if not it's completely advantage to Seychelles. And Roddy Mikel, maybe some mind games of his own, has a big smile on his face. Asikur Rahman to put Sri Lanka's first penalty.
Oh,
and
saves!
it's saved.
Roddy Mikel saves it. Asikur Rahman does not score. So Seychelles in a clear advantage here, 1-0. Can Sujan save this time alone?
Sujan needs to make a save here. Roddy Mikel went the right way, made a brilliant save. That was a really good save.
Oh, he
and
was flying into the corner. I
he
think
made sure he let Asikur Rahman know after that he had made the save. But
I think you have to give the credit to the Seychelles goalkeeper there, just making sure he kept the ball out. And Sujan, Captain Sujan, keep the Sri Lankan boat afloat in this Indian Ocean battle.
this would be such a heartbreaking way if Sri Lanka lose it on penalties. But now Sujan Pereira started run up, and Sujan Pereira went the other way, and number 20 Emmanuel Jean. 2, Sri Lanka 0, and Sri Lanka really have to score now.
Yes, I think if they miss here,
And it will be goalkeeper and captain Sujan Pereira himself stepping up to the mark. Maybe saying, if you all can't do it, I'll do it myself.
it's captain against captain, two captains. In fact, it's a goalkeeper against the captain, I should say.
Sujan Pereira wanting to do it himself, steps up to the mark, and he finds the top corner brilliantly. And he's sending a message to his team, do it like that. If you all can't do it, I can do it, and he's letting the goalkeeper know. And he wants his teammates to follow, and now
Can Sujan make a save after the goal?
if Sujan can make a save here, it will give some hope to Sri Lanka. It looks like it will be number 7, Perry Ernesta. Indeed, Perry Ernesta to potentially put Seychelles in a match-winning situation, unless Sujan Pereira can make a heroic save here.
Oh, he puts past Sujan. And there you see, I'm here. Everyone calm down. That's what his
To
sign
think
is.
Less than 15 minutes ago, Sri Lanka were leading 3-1, and now it's come down to this. And now
Sri Lanka have to definitely score here.
if Sri Lanka miss, or if Roddy Mikel makes a save, I believe that's the Prime Minister trophy going back to Seychelles. And it looks like it will be. Just waiting for clear confirmation. Chaitra Ratnayaka, I believe. Indeed, Chaitra Ratnayaka.
I think maybe Wasim should have stepped up in all important penalty here.
Chaitra Ratnayaka, very, very poor penalty. And Roddy Mikel, he has been the hero for Seychelles. And some very poor penalties in the penalty shootout. Seychelles win the Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa trophy over Sri Lanka, and what a distraught way to lose the trophy for Sri Lanka.
I think it still haunts Sri Lanka, still reeling, still aren't a trophy, but have to give it all for Seychelles coming inside this tournament at the dying moments. There you see Mothe in tears.
You can see what this means to the Seychelles players, but Sri Lanka have no one but themselves to blame. They were in such a comfortable position and they just gave it away, they threw it away, and it went to penalties, and some very, very poor penalties. And it was far too easy for Roddy Mikel to make saves, some good saves, but still only Sujan Pereira himself had to step up to convert a penalty for Sri Lanka. Asikur Rahman, Marvin Hamilton, Chaitra Ratnayaka, experienced players all missing for Sri Lanka. And in the end, the Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa trophy goes to Seychelles.
Yes, I think definitely Sri Lanka team would be disappointed, and also the fans, but you have to give it to Seychelles. They played their hearts out at the last 5-6 minutes. They just came back soaring into the game, and then also making sure they made this penalty shootout theirs. And there you see nice sportsmanship from both sides, just hugging and also making sure.
The team I call the dark horses in this tournament. A lot of people laughed at me when I said that they are dark horses, but then look who has become champions now, John. And you can see Harsha Fernando and Sri Lankan players distraught. They were so close. They could literally feel the trophy in their hands. And the cruelty of football strikes again, and it slipped out of their fingertips.
I think that is sport, Rahul. At the end, you just have one winner. You can't have two at the end of the match, at the end of the day. Unfortunately for Sri Lankans, it's not Sri Lanka. But again, wishes to the champion Seychelles, the team coming from Africa all the way, the only team from Africa coming here. And it's almost an Indian Ocean final, but still winning it. And
Absolutely,
Seychelles,
congratulations.
the champions of the inaugural Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa Trophy 2021.
Youth and Sports, who's been a dynamic leader, championing all sports in Sri Lanka, encouraging all sports in Sri Lanka, delivering sport, not only a sport but a tool to promote tourism as well in Sri Lanka. So this is wonderful, and also we're talking of the Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa Trophy 2021, and that's the Gala Trophy that we brought on to the center of the ground, and we are delighted to have Madam Shanti Rajapaksa, the wife of the Prime Minister, present this evening to enjoy the glitz and glamour of this grand finale between that we just enjoyed between Seychelles and Sri Lanka. So, stick on, ladies and gentlemen. In a moment, we'll be moving on to the presentation time. I wonder whether you were present at the inauguration that was on the 9th, and we had a fantastic match between Sri Lanka and the Maldives, which ended in a tie and a draw, and that we had fantastic performance by the two teams, and run up to the final, we had some exciting footballing action. So, congratulations to Seychelles, Maldives, Bangladesh, and also Sri Lanka for bringing alive this fine spirit of football here in Sri Lanka.
Seychelles Sri Lanka got onto a very, but also at the end, second. That was the first goal from Seychelles.
Dream start, as you said, for Sri Lanka. In the very first few minutes, got a goal from Marvin Hamilton, and then Seychelles equalized. But then after that, in the second half, a penalty for Wasim Razik, and it became afterwards Sri Lanka 3, Seychelles 1. There were a lot of controversial incidents, as we saw there, with some very dangerous fouls and kicks going about, which the referee didn't really book or give any cards, which can be a debated statement. But in the end, Sri Lanka got into a very comfortable position with a 3-1 lead in less than the final 15 minutes, and somehow they threw it all away.
I think it was during the last 10-15 minutes, it was that own goal as well, coming against Sri Lanka, tried to clear it off, but putting the ball into the net, and again defense really switching off at the moment for the third goal. Penalty shootout, you can't tell a lot, or you can't criticize a lot in penalty, but again, at least should have got to the target.
If you're a Sri Lankan fan, it's a very depressing penalty shootout to watch, because Sujan started it off as perfectly as any person could. He got a good save, Lanka into a very advantageous position, and then it was Marvin Hamilton who stepped up with the first.
Yes,
and Marvin Hamilton had a simple golden chance, I should say, to give Sri Lanka the advantage by putting Sri Lanka 1 up in the penalty shootout, and he hit off target.
I think he rather went for a finesse shot there. Almost tried to lob the ball, but not sure what happened.
A player of his experience, even he would be disappointed in himself for sure, because he would know that he should have been focused on keeping it rather than trying to do anything fancy.
Yeah, first of all, how did this game come to this sort of an end, to penalties? I think it was more to do with what happened before the half-time, in fact the full time.
Because Sri Lanka never should have really let it come to this position, because they were comfortably in the lead with the 3-1 goal lead, but that was such a golden opportunity. They were so close, the players definitely could have felt the trophy in their hands, and in the end the own goal started it all off, and then right in the dying embers, right when added time started, the equalizer goal came in, and it was bad to us for Sri Lanka and with penalty shootout.
Yes, and of course, talking about the own goal, you can't say, or you can't single out for that error. I think he tried to clear it off, but the ball just ricocheted off.
Absolutely, it's not his fault. You can't blame him alone, because the whole defense, the whole of the Sri Lanka team allowed the ball to get into that position, and allowed that goal scramble to happen before it came off the player and went in the back of the net.
Do you think maybe the first few, or just the last 10 minutes, Sri Lanka were more on a thought process of ending the 90 minutes and then going on to the celebration rather than finishing it off? Maybe that switch or that mentality could have caused the last 2 games.
It's possible, but I think one of the main things that happened with Sri Lanka having a 2-goal lead, main thing that could have happened is Seychelles obviously started going all out because they knew it's the grand final, there's nothing left to defend. They all went for it. But Sri Lanka with a 2-goal lead, maybe they got a little too comfortable.
Lethargic at times.
Maybe lethargic, but too comfortable. They thought, okay, we have this in the bag, this is our trophy now. With Seychelles coming and attacking and attacking and attacking, the goals just leaked in.
I think after the second goal, Alajic did make some changes, defensive changes. Unfortunately for Sri Lanka, not coming off those changes, and that's another incident. And of course, the referee, I would say a few of the cards or a few of the challenges that went against Sri Lanka or Seychelles as well, but weren't really carded out.
Absolutely, there were some very reckless challenges. They are debatable in the end, but the game is over, and it came down to a penalty shootout where it comes down to luck, and unfortunately the luck wasn't with Sri Lanka. But you can't purely say the luck wasn't with Sri Lanka, because Sujan made a great save, and then it came down to the players, and the players just kept missing and missing and missing. And then it was Sujan Pereira himself who, I don't know if because usually you don't see him stepping up for penalties. Maybe he just got a little annoyed with his teammates. He was like, okay, if you all can't do it, I'll do it myself. I'll show you how it's done. And he hit a brilliant penalty right into the top corner.
Yeah, apart from the result, I think Sri Lanka has had a good game. If you take an overall kind of, when in terms of attacking, I'd not say more of a defense or our problems when it comes to defense, but when it comes to attacking, I think Sri Lanka had a good game.
Very good point, John. I think that's something very important that fans need to note, because of not just the fans, the players will be feeling very upset, very frustrated, very hurt result, because it came to penalty. They were so close and it got ripped away from them. But they played brilliantly. You can't say brilliantly. There were errors that need to be rectified. But very good game. They got 3 goals against Seychelles, and not just in this game. They had a real fact to make it to the final. That 4-goal comeback, the game Bangladesh, where they had their first home win after a long time, and now against Seychelles, until they have had a really good tournament, and that is something positive that fans can look upon, and something they need to build and keep the momentum going, because these style of football in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, again, you know, when we compare these sort of comparisons, may seem very maybe not really suitable, but against, you know, even teams, bigger teams in Europe, teams like England, you know, playing all these finals, get that winning formula, and to try and, you know, get that last hurdle.
Mistakes that they made, that they use this as a learning experience going forward, going into bigger tournaments. But a lot of positives as well, and a lot of things that they can learn from and go into future tournaments.
Yeah, speaking of Seychelles, I think also we have to give the credit to Seychelles as well, because after so long, even almost same like Sri Lanka, such huge gap of their last winning trophy and also this. So I think probably would have been more happy, because they have been one of the lowest ranking teams in terms of the world, and also one of the lowest ranking teams in Africa as well.
Absolutely, and I called them the dark horses when the first game of the tournament before they played, and I was proven right by this result and by all the other results as well. But absolutely, Roddy Mikel had a brilliant penalty shootout, because he made 3 good saves, and one of them was just really world class, a powered shot that he dove to his right and saved in mid-air, which was really good. For the last one, he has made good saves, and also the other players, Mota, even though he didn't have much of an impact in this game, he has had a good tournament. Then Eric Mele, he was a rock in defense with his height and the physicality. So Seychelles also a lot of brilliant positives. They are the champions, and they will build on this and go forward, and they have put their name back in some limelight.
Talking about individuals when it comes to Seychelles, I think Ernest was another player who was just substituted in, and I told he is a good player who can actually create many chances, and he did at the end. I think these are positive signs for Seychelles as well. As a country, you know, as a football fans who haven't done really well in the recent past, I think we do feel happy for Seychelles as well for just stepping up their game.
You can imagine their fans back at home must be going crazy, celebrating the emotions on their players' face. Mota and the captain all were in tears and everything, so you can see how much it means to them, and you can only imagine the celebrations going back at home right now.
Yes, and definitely also the tensions did boil in these finals. They had few quarrels, they had few pushing and shot, but apart from that, I think at the end you saw the Maldives, player, and also Sri Lankan players, you know, hugging themselves and also trying to embrace the spirit of the game. So it was quite nice to see.
It's always easy to, you know, embrace the spirit of the game once you're victor. Indeed, it's good to see that the Seychelles players were going around and trying to console the Sri Lankan players and carry out sportsmanship conduct, because there were a lot of tension, as you say, a lot of getting into the opposition players' face, a lot of physicality, but end of the day, it's a final, and that's what happens in football. So it's part of the game, you could say.
Okay, now what's for Sri Lankan football? You know, they have come into this tournament. The tournament was almost equal for all 4 teams, but Sri Lanka did come to the finals, which itself is a good achievement. People shouldn't forget that, you know, beating teams like Maldives, and also Bangladesh to come into the finals itself is a big thing. So what is the next step for Sri Lanka, and what kind of changes we can expect from Sri Lanka?
Absolutely, because as I said earlier, this has been a great tournament for Sri Lanka, not because the comeback against Maldives, then the matches against Seychelles, and again this final here, it's been a really good performance. And to keep supporting the team, they need to keep coming to games, supporting the players, because in times like this, they can't, if they supporting, again all this was for nothing, because they need to build on what they've created, because Sri Lanka had a really good tournament, and what needs to happen is they need to improve from here on out going to few tournaments.
Yes, so I think, and also the new coach, in fact, I should say Alajic, after coming in, he has done better when it comes to the team cohesion and also the gameplay. When it comes to attack, I think attack has improved.
Absolutely. The results have reflected that, because Sri Lanka have started scoring goals against strong teams. But what fans really look for is the wins. So I think Sri Lanka are on the right path, but they just need to get those final hurdles as well. And once that happens, I think already this tournament, Sri Lankans, what football in Sri Lanka is all about. And I think they can use this to keep building and get the message around and keep growing football in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, and again, you know, I know it's very hard to make hypothetical assumptions, but assuming that Pushless, Dylan, and also the other absentees being in the team, can this match, or would this match dynamic could have changed?
It's hard to say. Kavindu Ishan is a known penalty taker. Dylan De Silva obviously a known penalty taker. They're good at attacking. Maybe it changed some of the penalty takers. Maybe it would have changed the score a little bit, but we won't know. Those things are no point thinking about them now. It just causes heartbreaks, I guess. But I think the penalty takers need to do some penalty practice, because those are some really poor penalties. Especially one at the end that was just rolled towards the goalkeeper for Chaitra Ratnayaka for the goal, and that's not what you want to see.
Yeah, and also I think it was almost the duo. Maybe Wasim should have taken it on another universe.
Maybe even that it will get towards the end, but in the end it didn't, and it didn't really.
It's a gamble that at the end.
Wasim, because what fans need to remember, they can't think like Wasim is the man who has scored 7 goals in this tournament for Sri Lanka. He is literally, John, have carried Sri Lanka on their backs
also
to this
Dylan.
final. Dylan as well, but he's been injured. He's not been part of, but it's mainly Wasim, and Dylan as well has assisted a great lot. But they have carried Sri Lanka to the finals, and there's only so much they can do. Sujan scored a penalty and made a brilliant save. He scored 7 goals in this tournament.
And also even in the final, he scored.
The rest of the team need to step up to the mark as well. So it comes down to them. They can't keep expecting, okay, Wasim has to do this, Sujan has to do that. They need to step up.
Okay, now we go for the presentation. That's it from the studio. Go for the presentation and we'll come back again.
There you go. The prestigious Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa Trophy 2021. Have a look at that. This is to be presented to the winning team. But before that, we have many more presentations to be done. And now we're getting ready for the first presentation, which will be, in fact, for the match officials. And to make the presentations, we'd like to now invite to the presentation area Mr. Elvis Shetty, the president of the Seychelles Football Association. Could you please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Elvis Shetty. Mr. Shetty, we'd like to invite you as presenter. Seychelles, allo, começava. Can we have some noise, everybody? Seychelles. So we have your president of your football association, Mr. Elvis Shetty, who will be our initial presenter, and he's accompanied by the president of Sri Lanka Football, Mr. Jaswar Omar. Welcome, sir, on stage. And we're now going to present medals to the match officials, starting off with the match commissioner, Asif Ansar. Asif Ansar, the match commissioner. Mr. Ansar, can we invite you on stage to accept your medal? And the others, you need to clap your hands. Come on, everybody, clap your hands. 2, 3, 4. Everybody, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. And the local general coordinator, M5s, the local general coordinator. M5s, the local general coordinator. And next, referees assessor, W. Nimal Vikramatunga. W. Nimal Vikramatunga, the referees assessor. Where's your applause? Where's your cheer, everybody? And the referees coordinator, BG Anura De Silva. The referees coordinator, BG Anura De Silva. You cannot be silent. Come on, this is the presentation ceremony. Keep the applause, keep it going. And now, match referee, Mohammed Al-Shamari. Match referee, Mohammed Al-Shamari. Assistant referee 1, Majid Al-Shamari. Assistant referee 1, Majid Al-Shamari. Assistant referee 2 is Faisal Aid. Faisal Aid. We invite Faisal Aid. Your applause, raise your cheer, energy, energy, energy. Come on, 2, 3, 4, everybody. And finally, in the match officials category, the fourth official, Abdul Hadi Al-Raweli. Abdul Hadi Al-Raweli, the fourth official. Come on, everybody, let's put our hands together and say thank you to all the match officials. Thank you for your support and your expertise. And with that, we say thank you to our presenter, Mr. Elvis Shetty, President, Seychelles Football Association. Come on, let's hear it for Mr. Elvis Shetty. And now, we take this opportunity in inviting the Honorable D.V. Chanaka, the State Minister of Aviation, Development and Export Zones. The Honorable D.V. Chanaka will be invited next, the State Minister of Aviation and Development of Export Zones. Right, so we have a slight change in the agenda as we'd like to invite the members of the Executive Committee of Sri Lanka Football. Can we invite the Executive Committee of Sri Lanka Football to kindly come forward? And later on, a little while later in the agenda, we'll be having a couple of very special awards to be presented. So, firstly, let's have the members of the EXCO. Come on, let's put our hands together for the EXCO, everybody. Now, the EXCO has a responsibility of presenting medals to the runner-up team. The EXCO will present medals to the runner-up team. So, can we invite the runner-up team one by one to accept their medals by the Executive Committee? Come on, everybody, put your hands together for the runner-up team, Team Sri Lanka. Come on, people, make some noise. Fantastic performance there. Team Sri Lanka, captained by Sujan Pereira. Can we have the entire team who will be presented a medal each, being recognized as the runner-up team. Come on, where's your applause? Atpulasan Nadena, Hundana Madi, Cherry Hundana Madi, come on. Clap, clap, clap. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep it going, keep it going. Abravashai Nunavatin Atpulasan Nadak. The runner-up team, Sri Lanka, congratulations. Some members of the Dynamic Executive Committee. Come on, keep the applause going. Keep it going. Presentation is still on. Presentation is on. Keep it going. The runner-up team Sri Lanka being presented a medal each. And a few more medals to go. Keep the applause going, everybody. The grand finale on the presentation at the Four Nation International Football Tournament organized by Football Sri Lanka in conjunction with the Ministry of Youth and Sports, for the prestigious Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa Trophy 2021, which sits right in front of you. But right now, what's happening is the presentation of medals to the runner-up team by the Executive Committee of Sri Lanka Football. Oh yes, we're almost done. Could you please put your hands together? Let it continue. Let the applause continue, everybody. What a fantastic performance there by the two teams. Well done, Seychelles. Well done, Sri Lanka. And we really enjoyed every minute of the game this evening. You really provided us fabulous entertainment in football. So that's the spirit of football, that's the spirit of sports. And in any game, there's a winner and there's a loser. But definitely, we have a winning experience to each and every one of us enjoying this tournament here, the finals of the tournament. So we're done with the presentations, we're almost done. A big thank you to the Executive Committee. Come on, put your hands together for the X-Score. Thank you, gentlemen, thank you very much. And now, we have come to the big moment. We have come to the big moment of inviting our main presentation party. So, we'll take this opportunity in very warmly inviting the President of FIFA, who's here, Mr. Gian Infantino. And he'll be joined by the Honorable Namal Rajapaksa, the Minister of Youth and Sports in Sri Lanka. We also would like to invite the Coordinating Secretary to the Minister of Youth and Sports, Ms. Ronnie Ibrahim. And also we have a couple of very special people that we'd like to invite. As we mentioned, the Honorable D.B. Chanaka, the State Minister of Aviation and Development of Export Zones. The General Secretary of Sri Lanka Football, Mr. Wali Hevage. Come on, that's the presentation party who will be responsible for the presentations from now on. Come on, let's put our hands together. You know, we are really honored. Sri Lanka is honored because we have the FIFA president. We have the FIFA president, ladies and gentlemen. FIFA, the highest international governing body of Association Football, Mr. Gian Infantino. Sri Lanka is honored. Aiboan, thank you for visiting Sri Lanka. And thank you for the confidence and trust that you have placed in Sri Lanka and in football in Sri Lanka. And all these gentlemen accompanied by Mr. Jasper Omar, the President of Football Sri Lanka. Right, the presentation party is ready. And if you're ready, here we go with the presentations. We're now moving on to the highest goal scorer of the tournament, the Golden Boot. And that award will be presented by the Honorable D.V. Chanaka. And the highest goal scorer of the tournament award goes to Ahmed Wasim Razim of Sri Lanka. What a fantastic performance there, Wasim. Right through the tournament. Right through the tournament. Where's your cheer? 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, everybody. Move it, move it, move it, move it. To the beat, to the beat. Keep the cheer, keep the cheer. Ahmed Wasim Razim. What a fantastic performance. And also the winner of the highest goal scorer of the tournament. What a consistent performance there by Ahmed Wasim Razim. Congratulations. The very important photo moments. Congratulations, Wasim. And now we come to the next one, which is the most valuable player of the tournament, or the Golden Ball. And this award will be presented by Mr. Ronnie Ibrahim, the Coordinating Secretary to the Minister of Youth and Sports. Ladies and gentlemen, who do you think the most valuable player of the tournament is? It is none other than Sujan Pereira, the team captain Sri Lanka. Come on, move it, people. Move it, move it, move it. Where's the cheer? 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. That's another very valuable award. Yes, the most valuable player of the tournament, the Golden Ball, backed by Sujan Pereira. Congratulations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are left with 2 presentations. And firstly, it's going to be the presentation of medals to the winning team. The presentation of medals to the winning team. And the winning team, ladies and gentlemen, could you please put your hands together for Team Seychelles? We'd like to have all team members to accept their medals. Come on, keep the applause going. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Seychelles, Alo Komisawa, congratulations. Keep the applause going, keep it going. Keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. Your applause. This is the moment you should be the most active, because we have the winning team, Team Seychelles, accepting their medal each. Keep it going, everybody. Your applause is vital right now. It's very vital. What a spectacular performance. What a spectacular performance. You made it. You made it to the final. And finally, you really reigned supreme. Team Seychelles, congratulations. Your applause, keep it going for each and every team member. Keep the applause going for each and every team member. We are not yet done with the presentation. We are not yet done. And we have come to the final moments. We've come to the final moments of the presentation. Get ready, everybody. We're still in the presentation of the medals. The medal presentation is still on. Come on, everybody. Clap your hands to the beat. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. To Team Seychelles. And now, in a moment, we will be getting ready for the grand finale. The grand finale presentation. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. But we are still in the process of presenting the winning medals to the winning team. Team Seychelles, congratulations. So, the final few medals to the winning team in this four-nation international football tournament organized by Sri Lanka Football in conjunction with the Ministry of Youth and Sports in Sri Lanka. We're done with the presentation, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, a few more medals to go. A few more medals to go. Everybody's impatient for that big moment. Get your cameras ready. Get your cameras ready. Get your cameras fine-tuned for that very special moment. As we have something spectacular sitting in front of you. We have something spectacular and special sitting in front of you. And this is in the midst of a gigantic audience here, a special audience here. Right, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the big moment. What you see in front of you is the prestigious Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa Trophy 2021. And ladies and gentlemen, now is the time that we are going to witness the presentation of the trophy. And ladies and gentlemen, we have the FIFA president himself. And ladies and gentlemen, we have two players representing Team Seychelles. The captain of Seychelles. Can we have? And the vice captain. Come on people, make some noise, make some noise. Team Seychelles. Yes, well, even in the midst of injury, celebrating in grand style. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, could you please put your hands together for the captain and the entire team of Team Seychelles. The captain, Stenio, Steve Benua, and Ian Akor, and the entire team. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, louder. A big thank you to our president, FIFA, and the presidential party, the winners of the prestigious Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa Trophy 2021, Team Seychelles.
Scenes, the champion Seychelles themselves holding on to the trophy, Prime Minister Rajapaksa Trophy 2021, the inaugural tournament, the Four Nations tournament goes to Seychelles.
Absolutely. Call him to the force that tournament it has been, and what a tournament the Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa Trophy 2000 has been.
Yes, and also we have to thank lots of people involved in this, especially the Honorable Minister of Sports, Amal Rajapaksa, and also the Football Federation for organizing such a tournament of such stature, and also to hosting it and coming with no shortcomings. So we'd like to thank the Football Federation of Sri Lanka and also President of the Federation of Sri Lanka, Jasper Uma. Also today's special guest, we have to thank today's special guest, the FIFA President.
Indeed, Mr. Gianni Infantino. He graced us with his presence today, and what an exciting game of football he saw. and of course it ends with Seychelles as the champions of the inaugural Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa trophy.
Yes, and also with the other involved as well, from the media, from the services, and also the security for making everyone is safe and sound in Sri Lanka, and of course this race course arena, and also the fans. Thank you, Sri Lankan today turning up in numbers, and also the other away fans as well. Thank you so much.
Involved with the production at Football Sri Lanka TV and Supreme TV for help the crystal clear picture of all the matches live to wherever you are around.
Yes, and that's it from the studio. Until next time, I'm Jana signing off.
I'm Rahul Madurave, and of course commiserations to Sri Lanka. Congratulations, Chelsea. And until next time, I'm Rahul Madurave.
Thank you.